Testing microphone 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. Good Wednesday morning to you. Biff back with you again today. I might need these. I'll leave them on for a little bit. How's everybody doing today? Doing okay here. Wednesday morning. Just hanging out with you guys for about 4 hours. A little over 4 hours, I think, from now. Going to do a little chatting. Going to do some isthereanydeal.com and Steam Discovery Queue. And then we're going to do some game playing. And we'll switch over to that when the time comes. Just checking everything over here. That looks good. OBS looks good. The mic looks good. Everybody is welcome to come in and hang out and have some fun. I got to post a message. I think, was I going back over here to do something over here? We're going to look at isthereanydeal.com, which in my opinion is the best place to go to buy computer games. What they do, what isthereanydeal.com does, and this isn't like a paid promotion or anything. I've been using this website for like 4 years, 5 years, and I never buy a computer game until I check the price on isthereanydeal.com. So what isthereanydeal.com does is they track game prices across multiple online sellers. Some of these are going to be, they resell Steam keys. So they'll buy, I don't know, 1,000 keys of a game from Steam, and then they'll sell them on their site. And sometimes they will sell them at a discount. So right now, a game that I'm watching called Wingspan is $7.64 on Gamersgate. It's 62% off. So what I would do is I would go to Gamersgate, set up an account. Now, all of these are legitimate key resellers. Isthereanydeal.com, they vet all of these companies that are reselling the keys to make sure that they are legitimate. And you do have to sign up an account with, for example, Gamersgate. You sign up an account. You buy the key, of course, using a credit card, and you get a Steam key. You take the Steam key to Steam, you activate it, and you have the game. So, like I said, I've been using this website for 5, 6 years. It's got to be at least that long. And I do not buy any games unless I check here first. So you can also create a wait list, which is what I've done here. I've got Wingspan. I've got some American Truck Simulator states like Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, Idaho. I'm watching the prices on those. I've got some Euro Truck Simulators stuff. I eventually want to get a steering wheel and do some driving. Um, I've got Beam NG Drive on here, which looks like a really interesting game because you can actually uh, do the car mechanics and stuff like that, um, and learn about it. And that's what I'd like to do. I just kind of like to learn more about how cars work and stuff like that. I've got Falcon Collection in here, which is the Falcon airplane fighter jet. There is for the Falcon Collection, there's a mod that just is like really excellent mod. So I've been watching the price on that. But then, so I don't see anything in there this morning, but I am going to check my Steam discovery queue. So let's go over to Steam. Let me go into here. Okay, we're going to go into our desktop capture thing here. So we see here Manor Lords is $40. Still, in my opinion, overpriced. I know I have a lot of friends that have the game, but let's take a look at its update history. When's the last update? January. So 3 months ago. In my opinion, the game just isn't being updated fast enough. It's the development's just way too slow on it for $40. You can see here since the game was released, I think it was released in April of last year, 2024. And then there's been updates. I'm not going to count these two right here. This is after the official release. Update 2 in June, a month later. A lot of beta stuff. So the developer and Hooded Horse have done stuff with the beta branch, but I mean, you kind of like it to come out of beta branch and just go into the regular game. At least I would. And then that's it. Bunch of beta updates. So to me, if they're doing beta updates and beta fixes and stuff, this game was not ready to be sold as a AAA priced game. It just wasn't. A lot of bug fixes and stuff. Marketplace, a whole marketplace rework. A whole marketplace rework 6 months after the game was released. So, and I could have told you this. I could have told you this after I played the demo, because I haven't bought the game, but I have played the demo. I could have told you after I played the demo that the marketplace needed to be reworked. It was just didn't. So what would happen is, before the rework, what would happen is say, for example, you'd have people out gathering berries in a spot that you could designate on the map. You had people gathering berries. They'd bring them back, and they would set up. Then you could set up a marketplace stall for them. Well, what would happen is that you'd have like 4 people out there gathering berries, and then set up a marketplace stall. Well, that same family would set up the marketplace, and you'd have like 2 people in the marketplace selling stuff, and only 2 people gathering berries. It just didn't work. So I think what they did is he said, okay, we're going to have the same number. We're going to have 1 family gathering berries. We're going to have 1 family working in the marketplace to sell the berries. So something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, Now this is update 4. So all I see here after update 1 is, okay, here's update 2 in June. Where's update 3? There's beta patch, beta patch, beta patch, beta patch, beta patch, beta patch. Okay, so this must be regular update. Okay. And then beta patch, update 4. So now there was a lot of work done, it looks like, but most of it was done in the beta. So here, I think it was, like I said, the game was released in April. There was an update done in May. There was an update done in June. 2 months later, there was an update done in August. 1, 2, 3, 4. In September, there was 4 updates done. Next update wasn't for 3 months. October, November, December, there was an update done. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 updates done in January. But again, there hasn't been an update for 3 months. Not a $40 game. Sorry. I mean, eventually I'll probably buy it. But to me, it's just not a $40 game. It's not. So that is Manor Lords. City Skylines, played the demo of that. I think I actually have, I played some of this on Microsoft Game Pass. Company Heroes 3, no. Armored Brigade, no. Dreamlight Valley, no. Out of the Park Baseball, I already own 25. I bought Out of the Park Baseball 25, which was last year's version, back around Christmas because it was $10. It was like 75, 80% off. Expedition 33. That guy doesn't look good. Is this some type of survival game? Who owns the game? Looks like a first person. I don't know. Let's look at it. This game may contain content not appropriate for all ages. So then probably not for me because I have a 6-year-old child. Oh. Lead the members of Expedition 33 on their quest to destroy the Paintress so that she can never paint death again. Explore a world of wonders inspired by Belle Epoque France and battle unique enemies in this turn-based RPG with real-time mechanics. Yeah, no, this is an adult game. Planet Zoo, Expelled. Getting more games now because I switched out the screen. I already have. What's this? Is this a World of Warcraft thing? Fantasy Warfare? Dragon Wilds. No, I don't think so. Okay, let's look at the queue over here. Corner Pond. A chill, idle fishing desktop toy in the corner of your screen. Nope. Love Curse. Ignore that one. The Nameless Slay Dragon. A gamebook adventure flavored turn-based RPG. In short, we're going to ignore that one. Farming and Supermarket Simulator. Oh, by the way, I got some coffee here. Okay, this one is a challenging journey to manage your own supermarket. Oh, hello. I changed things over here, so I've got a, I'm off here on the side. I changed things. I'm gonna drag this over here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the best solution for I'm trying to find the best solution I'm trying to find the best solution for having text in games because I have a 1440 monitor and I'd like to be able to play the game in 1440, but unfortunately I can't find a way for OBS to downscale it to Twitch without it just downscaling to 720. And then you can't read the text. So if anybody has any ideas, I would appreciate your help in finding that. So right now I'm streaming in 1080. So let's see actually if the whole screen is up here. No, see, the whole screen isn't up here. Okay, so let's see. Settings. Oh, I know why. Because I probably need to tell Steam to, let's go over here. For now, we're going to tell Steam to how do I tell Steam to let's try this. How do we tell Steam to display in 1080p? Do I have to change my do I have to do my display settings? Let's see if I have to do this. Then I do this. Steam. Now, how does that come across? Okay, now you can see the whole thing. All right, so you can see the whole thing. I just am looking at a little tiny screen over here. I need to find out how to do that. Maybe I'm probably not going to be able to do that until I become like a, you know, an affiliate or something where I can actually get better. I can get better encoding deals from them. Okay, farming and supermarket simulator. Embark on a relaxing yet challenging journey to manage your own supermarket. Grow organic crops, care for your animals, and sell products to your customers. Build and expand your shelves. Can you transform your supermarket into an empire? Here's the thing. I played Supermarket Simulator before, and Supermarket Simulator was challenging just to do the supermarket part of it. Now you got to grow the crops and do the supermarket part. I don't know about that. But there's a demo available. Let's check again the update history. Today, back in February, there were a couple patches. 2 months ago, there was a couple patches. Monday, there was a patch after 2 months. Minor bugs fixed. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. In 2 months, there was 5 bugs fixed. Skip. No, thank you. I'll follow it, see where it goes. Lumberjacked. Lumberjacked. You wake up in a strange cabin deep in a mysterious forest, axe in hand, with only one way forward: through. Chop trees, sell logs, purchase and upgrade gear, and uncover the secrets hidden deep in the forest. Okay, but let me ask you a question. You wake up in a strange cabin deep in a mysterious forest. Deep enough, it sounds like where are you going to sell the logs? Oh, there just happens to be a guy buying logs a couple doors down from where you live. Okay. That's great. This back up here, over here. Click over here. All right. Lumberjacked. Nah. Now see, I think part of Steam is Steam just tracked how long I was on that page. And so Steam will show me that page again like in the next couple of weeks. Boy, you really were on that page for quite a while. You scrolled down. You looked at the update. How often it's been updated. You must be really interested in this game. So we're going to show it to you again and again and again and again and again. Online, huh? Assemblance. About factory automation. It's single player. This is in your discovery queue just to see if you might be interested. See, you've already looked at a lot of games that we have the best information on for you. Until new games release, you might see less relevant games as you explore more of your queue. Yeah, less relevant games like Japanese manga and stuff like that. Compete against thousands of players. It's single player. Steam is learning about this game. Uses anti-cheat software. Is it? Well, I'll follow it. I'll toss you a follow. Durano. Duriano? It's top-down arena shooter / roguelike blah blah. Ignored. Millennium Whisperer. Just Whisper. They're going to ignore this game too. Crystal Fortress. Defend the Crystal Fortress and its people from invading forces in this blend of turn-based tactical RPG and tower defense. Summon the infantry, call out the archers, deploy turrets. Use all of the available tools to keep the enemies at bay. Just skip. Vanguard Exiles. Vanguard Exiles is a new style of auto battler designed by legendary game designer Richard Garfield, where each player pits their squad against their opponent in an ever-changing environment. Designed by legendary game designer Richard Garfield. Is that the T-Division thing here? There is a demo. I've never played an auto battler. Eh, why not? Vanguard. Van. We're going to do this. We're going to put this into our add to demos to play. Shoot the wall. Oh, that looks interesting. That's a beautiful game. Shoot the wall. Simple, right? Use your gun to blast your way through the wall, upgrade and change your weapon so you can shoot your way through the wall even faster. I mean, come on. You've got to know what's behind the wall, right? No, I don't. We bowling? No, we're not. We're not. My discovery queue is over, and I am very thankful for that. Okay, we're going to look at some tabletop simulator. Oh no, I don't want to quit. I was going to look at my settings and go into graphics and do 1920 by 1080. Make sure that's set properly. Okay. I'll come over here first. I'm going to create a hot seat game with 2 players. Name a first player, Biff. Choose a color. Biff will be blue. Actually, let's go back. Go back to the main menu. We're going to create hot seat. We're going to start. Let's see how this comes out. I think we're going to go back here. We're going to go to main menu, yes. Go to create hot seat and do. So what I'm looking at now is a game called Upfront. Watching a little bit of it. Okay, I want to go to choosing Tabletop Simulator because Tabletop Simulator has a really good let's go back here, menu, configuration. Oh, let me try this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Because Tabletop Simulator has really good they have a really good module, it's called, for this game. So basically, Tabletop Simulator is kind of like Vassal. I've talked to you guys about Vassal recently. So Vassal is a game that's designed. It's a game engine that's designed to for you to basically create modules for various games. Mostly war games is what people create for Vassal. This is Tabletop Simulator, which is um, which is um, a game engine, again, where you can create modules for games. So in this case, I don't know why the Germans don't show up over here. Last time they showed up over here. So in this case, this is a war game, squad-based war game, man-to-man, man, individual soldier, as opposed to like Fields of Fire, which is actually squads and platoons. This is individual soldiers and squads. So this is a card game that came out 1983, I think it was, 40 something years ago, 42 years ago. And really, this was the first card driven game. So you have card driven games like For the People was one of the first ones. You have Paths of Glory, which is like a really popular card driven game. You've got lots of them now. This was probably the very first card driven game. And it's hugely popular. So you can see here my copy of the game. My copy of the game I bought probably 30 years ago, 90s, mid 90s. I bought it for $9 at a hobby store. Um, I've seen copies of it recently on eBay for $100. It's a very, very much sought after game because of the game system, the card driven system, and just how it plays out. So just scooch over here. Way eventually. So here's the manual. I'm gonna bring this up. Go full screen on this. Here's the manual. 36 pages. These are scenarios on the back. Tells you how to set the game up for each scenario. Those icons and stuff. And so this simulates, like I said, man-to-man squad combat in World War II. My copy is complete. I had on here that card 99 is missing, but I went through again yesterday, and I went through all the cards and bagged them up. You can see here some of the cards. I put them all in order again. And these are in card sleeves. Because I wanted to protect the cards. And then it's got various counters that you'll see in the game. I'll show you here. Just wanted to show you, this is my copy. So it's probably nice to know if you're watching somebody stream this, that they're just not, because over here, they've got the full manual. Here's a full manual over here, so you could actually just come in. You don't own the game. You can buy Tabletop Simulator for like 10, 20 bucks, and you can play the game. The rules are all right here. But going back a long time ago to some of the first cyber engines, game engines like Vassal and now Tabletop Simulator, and there was one called Cyberboard by this guy Dale Larson. Well, it's kind of an honor system thing where, if you don't own the game, if you don't own the physical copy of the game, you really shouldn't be using this. You shouldn't be using this unless you own a physical copy of the game. This is like an aid to playing the game. It's not the game. And so really people should not be putting the rules in here like this. Really, that's a copyright issue. And if I was MMP or Hasbro, which owns the rights to this game, I would be in here saying, nope, you can do this. You can do this part of it, but you can't have the game rules in here. Now, I also own Bonsai. I do not own Desert War, but I do own Bonsai, which is basically a DLC. It's an add-on module. First came Upfront, then Bonsai, then Desert War. And so yeah, basically what this is, it's a turn-based war game. But I want to show you something else first, real quick. This is kind of my. So this came last week. I told you I was going to buy it. Here it is. I haven't opened it up yet. I haven't decided if I want to open it. This thing weighs 8 pounds. This is 8 pounds of cardboard and cards and all that stuff. I haven't decided if I'm going to open it yet. The reason there's glare on there is because I still have the shrink wrap on it. You can see on the sides here. It's still got shrink wrap. Little bubbles there and stuff along the edges. I haven't decided if I'm going to open it. I'm kind of leaning towards opening it because I probably should. You kind of want to make sure that all the components are there. Like there's, I don't know, 200 cards that drive the game, different sets of terrain cards and the action cards and stuff that drive the game. You want to make sure that those are there. Oh, you know what? I need to go here because we're switching over to. I need to go here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm going to change this to. Right now we're going to play board games. I don't know if Upfront would be in here. No. Avalon Hill's up front. Let's take the description. The Squad Leader card game. Let's just call it that. The Squad Leader card game. Um, come into the channel. Enjoy. You only get a certain number of characters here. Channel. Enjoy the morning edition of the stream. Okay, come into the channel, enjoy the morning edition of the stream, Avalon Hill's Upfront, the squad leader card game on Tabletop Simulator. Let's done this. See if that updates. It did. Okay. Okay, we're coming over here, coming back to here. My main concern is this. Probably going to zoom in here. My main concern is this. My main concern is being able to see the text and read the text in that's my main concern. That's why I am doing this in 1920 instead of 1080 instead of 1440. So I am going to go out real quick first of all, so I can open up the rule book, because there is an updated rule book. I'm going to do desktop. Okay, here's the updated rule book for Upfront. I'm going to zoom in, close that. Go over here. I don't know why every time I do this, it does this. It messes it up every time. Okay. So now I want to come over here and I want to go to let's see, preview, OBS. Well, show that. Okay. Okay, I've got my no drop frames, doing so many things a second. OBS, stream health, web gimbal, tabletop simulator, rules. Okay, so we're gonna go here to tabletop simulator. Then we're gonna hotkey over to the rule book. And then we're just gonna go back and forth between those two. Okay. That should be pretty good here. So as you can see, up front is the squad leader card game. The squad leader is a World War II tactical level, squad level combat board game. And from squad leader came advanced squad leader. This is the card game that was created, what, 42 years ago? Based on based on Squad Leader, the board game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the first scenario right here. I don't think there's a way to click on it and automatically set it up. So this is what we do, though. We're going to come over here to the rules. We're going to see how to set things up. Prepare to play. Players begin by selecting a scenario. The player indicated by the scenario as having the first play now sits opposite his opponent and places his personality cards face up in front of himself in 2 to 4 groups. So the Axis sets up and moves first. So the Axis is Germany. So in this scenario, we have well, let's come over here. I don't know if it shows it here. Let's come over here. This is called the Meeting of Patrols. So we're going to do the rule book. We're going to look at page 36, which is the last page. Here we go. Click off of that. So this now shows you. You can play this scenario as the Americans, the Germans, or the Russians. So usually, I think in the way the scenario is designed is the Americans play against the Germans or the Russians play against the Germans. The Germans go first. This hourglass icon here shows you that you play through the deck 3 times. So you just completely play through the deck. After you play through the deck the first time, you flip over a counter that shows that you're going on to the second time. You shuffle the deck and then you start playing the deck again. But for right now, that's what we're going to concern ourselves about is the Germans are going to set up first. The Germans get the first 10 cards. So these will all be infantry. These will be soldiers with various characteristics and stuff. They're called personality cards. And then we're going to play as the Americans. The Americans are going to get 1 through 12. Their cards 1 through 12. So the first thing we do is we come over here. These are the Germans. We're going to right click. We're going to okay. So this is, you can see there, this is card number 1. Sergeant Dietinger. Can't rename him. You could call him Diet, I guess. So Sergeant Dietinger is going to be a squad leader. So we're going to put him, and you can see probably the most important thing right now to consider is morale. So down here, lower at the very bottom of his card, you'll see the morale is 5, which is really good. So we're going to put him in Group A, and we're going to scooch him over. Oh, wrong way. And he doesn't want to stay. So we're going to take 10 cards. We're going to go right up to here with Private Wolf. Now this one has morale of 4. We're going to switch these up. So I'm just going to lay these out here across here. Real easy, like the first 10 cards. In fact, I think I can do this. I can do this. I don't know if I can select them all like this. No, so I just got to pull them out. There's probably a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it right now. Do 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 da da dee da 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 do 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 do. So the Germans do their cards first. So you can see we have all 10 of ours out. We get numbers 1 through 10. You can see here morale. So the game operates with these soldiers as squads. So this is Group A or Squad A, Squad B, Squad C. You can have up to 4 groups. You could have a Squad D over here. So the most important thing on the card is morale, because what'll happen is if Dietinger gets pinned, he gets flipped over to his pin side, and then he has a panic number. And then if he panics, he can actually route off of the map, and he's gone out of the scenario. That counts as a victory point for the Americans. So morale is very important. Movement and terrain in the game are they're abstracted, and you'll see how that's going to come about here in a minute. But first, what we want to do is we want to group our best morale soldiers together. So we want Corporal Hessel in the second group. We want Private Wolf over here in this group. We want our highest morale in this group, next highest morale in this group, and then we're going to have a couple cards left over. They will be in this group, like this soldier, morale of 2, no good. Morale of 1, no good. So we're probably going to take this guy, morale of 3. We're going to put our morale 4 guy over here. So these guys are, this is a sergeant, this is a corporal. They have morale of 5 and 4 respectively. But you can see here, these guys are just privates in the Army, but they have high morale. They are gung-ho. So you are morale 2. You have a light machine gun. Actually, you know what? We should probably not have a morale 2 character in that group. Because what happens is if a soldier breaks, the group can't move. The whole group. I'm pretty sure. Now, I'm going to be hopping back and forth between the I'm going to be hopping back and forth between the any group may place a movement card provided it does not currently contain a pinned personality card. So if the group is pinned, they can't move, which is bad. You're kind of stuck. And the only way to move from terrain to terrain is you put down a terrain card, you put down a movement card. You put down a terrain card, you put down a movement card. I'm sorry. You put down a movement card, and then you play a terrain card on top of it. So you put down like a +1 movement card, and then you might put like woods on top of it, which gives you a defensive bonus. Then you place another movement card, and you put down like buildings, which gives you defensive bonus. So you can't move if you have a pinned personality card. So you don't want to have pinned personality cards in your important groups. Like this one, this group's important because it has a light machine gun. And then what we're going to do with this one is the light machine gun has 2 firepower factors here, 4 and 2. 4 is when the light machine gun is crewed. meaning that there's two soldiers working the light machine gun. Probably one's actually got his finger on the trigger. The other one is holding the belt of bullets to feed into the machine gun. Something along those lines. I don't think that was the case with the light machine gun. It might have been. But the number two, the bracketed firepower, is when the machine gun is not being crewed. So what we want to do with that is we want to come over here and we're going to look at general tiles and we're going to look at search and we're going to get a, not a DDD, we're going to get a, where's crewed? Here we go. We're going to get a crewed tile. I'm going to put that right there. So that means they are crewed and they are working the machine gun together. Now, of course, if you were playing the game, if you were playing the game against somebody else, of course, they on their side of the game, they would have, they would have their cards facing towards them. But this is solitaire. And I'm going to show you in this too, a pretty cool way to play solitaire. Which I've been playing a little bit of. Okay, so these are the German groups. Got Group A, Group B, Group C. I don't think we need to do any more than that. Oh, we do need to do one thing. I don't want the relative range to be upside down. And I think after I get this set up, I'm going to save it. Okay. This is relative range counter. That comes into play when you play a movement card. And I'll show you how that works also. So now we're going to do the Americans. So the Americans are over here. Okay. And we're going to get when this box isn't open, you can do a search. When the box isn't open, you can scroll with the WASD keys, but when it's open, you can't. You have to use hold down the middle mouse button to move. So right here, I had to search. It opens up this box here, but then you have to left click on the table, hold the middle mouse button over so you can drag it over. So we're going to do 12 cards. Now, why some of these show up like this, I don't know. Why some of them are little teeny tiny, I don't know. We're doing 12 cards. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I only got 3 right there. That's why. Now, see, I get to set up after the Germans set up. So I can see their setup. And then I can act on that the way I want to. I don't know why this one is giant. We're going to scale it down. Scale it down here. Now, I could put my best group in the middle here, but that would lead me to being I could get shot on by both sides, shot at by both sides. So I think I want to have my group here. He's got a morale of 4. We'll keep him. We'll keep Fox in here. 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 5, 1, 3, 2. Not great morale for the Americans. I guess the best one is over here we have the bar. And then we have the machine pistol here, which isn't great, but I think what we're going to do here, so I don't want to bring a 2 morale into this group. We're just going to do 4 groups. And I'm probably doing this all wrong according to how other people would play it. But other people aren't playing it. I'm playing it. Okay, so let's go to we're going to go to games. We're going to save and load. We're going to go to the upfront folder. We're going to call this game. This is scenario 1, meeting of patrols. Initial setup. All right. Oh, I should set a timer, huh? I should actually set a timer for about 10 minutes and go on a break. How long have I been streaming? An hour. Yeah, I'll do it at 11. So I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. And then I'll come back after I take a break. Okay. So the initial setup. Prepare to play. Players begin by selecting scenario from modes provided. We already did that. Time chit is placed with the deck. The time chit's right here. It shows you the deck number 1. On the discard tray. So over here we have the discard pile. This is the draw pile. The scenario indicated by the player indicated by the scenario as having the first play now sits opposite his opponent, places the person that confronted 2 to 10 cards each. So he can play 2 to 4 groups of 2 to 10 cards each. And we have Group A has 4 cards, Group B has 3 cards, Group C has 3 cards. The player, okay. Groups should be separated somewhat to make it easier to distinguish one from another. Each group is identified by the player from the player's left to right as Group A, B, C, and D. The opposing player now sets up his groups. I don't need these on. His groups, attempting to place them directly opposite his opponent's groups as much as possible. A player may not leave gaps in his setup. So, for example, I can't do Group A, Group B, and then these guys would be Group D. They have to be adjacent to each other. You can't leave a gap. So it's like this, A, B. Like the Germans would be A and B with 6 soldiers in this group. A, B, C for the Americans. That'd be an example of how you would set them up. Once play begins, these groups may be altered only by losses due to combat and individual transfers from one group to another, although the identity of a group can change. Each group will act independently of any other group during the course of play, and any action cards placed on a group will affect only the personality cards actually in that group. With this and the scenario victory conditions in mind, players should choose the composition of each group and the total number and size of groups carefully at the outset. So this file here is the updated rule book, which was updated like 14 years ago. Where there's errata and stuff like that. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that, errata. Where the game came out. Of course, there's a few mistakes. This is a 36-page rule book. There's a few mistakes in there that were fixed. It came out with the errata, which I don't know if I showed you guys earlier. This is the upfront errata. And like I said, I thought card 99 was missing. It's not missing. So, for example, the marsh cards. Marsh cards modification defense should actually be a -1. We'll get into that. But so yeah, errata came out. So what they did is they went in and they updated the rule book and answered a few questions about gameplay. And that's what this pink, purple lettering is. Words, sentences. Each man within a group likewise assumes a position within that group relative to the others. So, for example, this is when we have to do a card draw to find out who in the group is affected by something. This is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. This is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, etc., etc. The position with the group changes every time a man occupying a lowered number of position with the group is eliminated. So say this card was eliminated, then of course this would be number 1, number 2, number 3 in the group, not number 1, number 2, number 4. And then 3's drawn and you're like, oh, nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to my group because number 3 was drawn and that card is not there anymore. No. It can't cheat like that. Men may switch positions within a group during their player turn, but must do so as the sole action of that group for that turn. Each group gets 1 action per turn. Place the group card at the head of each group and place a round wooden marker to the lower left corner to range 0. Oh. I think somebody redid the cards in the game. And there was actually talk about republishing this game. I don't know if MMP, Multi-Man Publishing, I don't know if they were talking about doing it, if Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast were talking about doing it. But for a long time, there was talk about reprinting the game. But I don't think they ever did. But I think somebody designed their own cards, somebody who probably owns the game. And they're just like, you know what? I'm going to redesign all the cards, just make them. And so this updated rule book is based on those cards, not on the original cards. Action deck shuffled and each player is dealt a full hand face down as per the table below. So we're going to do that right now. So I wonder if I can do, I think the way I did this before, just to keep it random, was 1, 1, 2, 2. Germans get 5, Americans get 6. 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. Okay, so so what they're trying to do is they're trying to simulate certain aspects of squad-based tactical combat in World War II. So they're trying to simulate some of the aspects of that. So the Germans get 5 cards. I don't know why the Americans would get 6, because the Germans were very astute tactically. The Germans gave their squad leaders a lot of leeway and they emphasized initiative among their squad leaders. They emphasized initiative, like, don't just wait for an order from higher up to attack a position if you feel like you have the advantage. So you think the Germans would actually get 6 cards. But the Germans do have a benefit that makes up for this 5 cards. The Americans have 6. And that is in the discard. So following the performance of all actions, the player must discard all used cards, as well as any placed cards of an eliminated group. In addition, depending on his nationality and whether or not he performed any action during that turn, he may discard 1 or more unused cards from his hand as well. So we're just going to look at the Germans and the Americans in this because that's who we're playing. A German player may always discard 1 card, but never more than one unused card from his hand, regardless of the number of actions he performed during his player turn. The American may discard up to 2 unused cards from his hand, but only if he performed no other action during his turn. So basically, you're stuck, you got a handful of junk, and you're like, you don't do anything. None of your groups perform any actions. Oftentimes, more often than not, it's because there's nothing they can do because of the cards in your hand. You're limited to what you can do based on the cards in your hand. So more often than not, you're not going to be able to do anything because you don't have the cards to do it. Okay, so we're going to change this 10 minutes to 1 hour. We're going to start that again. Yeah, more often than not, you're not going to be able to do anything because you don't have the cards to do it. One of your squads is in a building. You want to move forward. You don't have a movement card. You can't do it. So now one thing I want to show you. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab all these cards. Why didn't I grab this card? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we're going to group these cards. And we're going to group these cards. Hit G to group. Then we're going to do something that's not part of the original rules. There's a guy who designed this and came up with this based on the card game Magic, the Gathering. So each side is going to get a sideboard of 3 cards. And that's something that is from Magic. Now it's nice because you mouse over it and it tells you how many cards are in that. I've got 6 cards here, got 5 cards here. So now we're going to do 3 cards down here for the Americans. And we're going to group those. 3 sideboard, 5, 6. And then when I come back, I'll show you what we're going to do with the game and how that sideboard thing works. So the sideboard thing is to facilitate more uncertainty when playing solitaire. And we'll see how that's going to work when I get back. So thanks for watching. I don't know if anybody's over here. Let's take a peek. Anybody's in here? No. Okay. Well, thanks for watching my VOD, if you want to watch the VOD later. And I'll be back in a minute. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, I'm back. Thank you for giving me a break. Appreciate it. Thank you for giving me a break. Go back into Vassal. Click over here and see if there's anybody in the channel. Nope. Okay. But the channel looks good. No drop frames. Streaming at 10K. All right. So here we are in the game. We've drawn our cards. Let's go over to... Oh, we already talked about discards. So following the performance of all action, the player must discard all used cards as well as any placed cards of an eliminated group. In addition, depending on his nationality and whether or not he performed any action, he may discard one or more unused cards from his hand as well. During a multi-card discard, can the player observe the results of one discard before deciding where and or if to discard another? No. I'm not sure what that one means, but we'll come back to that. Sequence of play. So we're done with the setup. Well, no, we're not done with the setup yet. We're actually still in the setup. Place the remainder of the action card deck face down in the card tray to serve as a draw pile. As action cards are used and or discarded, they are placed face down in the discard pile of the card tray. Each player's cards are kept concealed from his opponent until played. To avoid possible confusion, a labeled tape should be used to identify the section of the card tray used for discards, because there's actually a plastic tray that comes with the game, but it just has 2 spots for cards. It doesn't say draw pile, discard pile. So, initial terrain. The player specified by the scenario as having the first play now has the option of placing one terrain card in his possession on one of his or his opponent's groups. So, an opponent cannot reject a terrain card played during prepare for play. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here. We're going to look at the German hand. The way we do this is just select it, right click, come down here to spread, and let's see. Those are fire cards I'm going to want to get rid of. Brush. Now let's see. Brush. Now see, this is where I need help. I'm going to put a can I add a bookmark here? Can I add a bookmark? I don't want to start messing with this now. Edit. I don't want to start messing with this now. So I'm just going to say, no, I'm not going to add a bookmark. Okay. So we're going to look up brush. Right now we're at 3.5, so we're going to look up brush because I'm not sure exactly how all these cards work. Oh, and I do need to state right up front. Up front. I do need to state right up front. I'm going to make mistakes. I've had this game for a long time. I've played it a few times. I haven't played it in probably 25 years. I'm going to make mistakes. I've already made mistakes probably in setting up my groups. I'm going to make mistakes in selecting which cards to place where, when, how, why, whatever. I'm going to make mistakes. So, if you want to kindly let me know that I've made a mistake, if you want to kindly do that, I would kindly appreciate it. But expect mistakes because I'm going to make them. And if you want to give me a pat on the back for a good play, I'll take that too. But I would appreciate any comments about mistakes would be done in kindness and maybe in helping a newbie player get better at the game. This is a brush card. Brush terrain is considered hedges in an urban scenario. We're not in an urban scenario. Any defending group on a brush card may subtract 1 from the fire strength of the group attacking it. Okay. An AFE attempting to overrun a group occupying brush terrain, subject man and brush. Okay. So we want to definitely use that card on us. Any defending group on a brush card may subtract 1 from the fire strength of the group attacking it. So we probably want to put that into our what? Right now, we are at relative range 0. So I'll show you how that works, because 0 plus 0 equals 0. These cards have a firepower. It shows you the range and what their firepower is. We don't get any effective firepower on Dittinger with the machine pistol until he's at range 3. These cards have firepower of 1 at range 1. So Bernhoff, they have no firepower at range 0. This group does have 4 firepower at range 0. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to put the brush card over here to give them some cover, because this is going to be very important for us. So we don't have any other cards. So we're going to flip these back and group them. And then we're going to give the Americans a turn. I'm going to spread our cards out. Now, in this scenario, it says over here, this is scenario 1. Remove, oh, what did I do? I didn't go back to my thing. Okay, I'm so sorry. So what we did is this. What we did with the Germans is this. The Germans, in their cards, they had one terrain card. I put the terrain card on my machine gun team because my machine gun team is probably going to start firing pretty soon. They have a firepower of 4 at range 0. And both of these, 0 plus 0 is 0. They're at range 0, so they could start firing on this group right here. That is the only terrain card that they have. So we're going to group this and flip it back. And we're going to come over here and we're going to look at the rule on the building cards. In this scenario, they're basically walking. It sounds like they're walking up towards a village, but they're still out in the country. You remove the first 5 building cards to be discarded unused or as an RPC RNC draw. So an RPC is a random place determinator. RNC is a random number determinator. I'll show you how those things work. So right here, there's 2 buildings. So we're going to take that building, we're going to take that building, and they need to be discarded. I cannot use those as terrain, so I am discarding them as not usable. So they just go over here into the discard pile. And I have no other terrain cards, so basically I'm done. So my guys are out in the open, basically. They're out in the open. They're not on any terrain card. German Group B is on a brush card, which will reduce by 1 the fire strength. And we'll see that in play here too. I'll differentiate between fire strength, firepower, and fire strength. So now, since this would be the Germans' turn, the Americans are discarded those 2. The Germans' turn, they have no more terrain cards. So this is how you do. Normally, the Germans would draw 1 card. Okay, 1 card. We got 5. Supposed to have 5 in there. Now, I think we were doing what, 3 point something, 3.5 back up here. Okay, during prepare for play. We're still in the prepare for play. For play. Opposing player then has the option to play 1 terrain card. He has in a similar manner, except that he may not place his terrain card on a group which already has 1 in play. So I could not place like another terrain card on top of another terrain card. Players continue to alternate placement of terrain in this manner, 1 at a time, one card at a time until neither has any further train cards or inclination to use them. All remaining groups without train cards begin in open ground. Then each player in turn draws as many cards as he just played, so he once again has a full hand, up to his nationality limit. Artificial train cards like Wire and Smoke, scenario-defined cower cards cannot be placed prior to play. The game is now ready to begin. I'm wondering if those building cards, if I get to discard them now. Okay, when a scenario specifies that a certain type of card must be removed from the deck when discarded, unused, or as an RNC RPC draw, is it considered a scenario-defined cower card? Yes. A buildings card can never be placed during prepare for play in scenario A. So I think I actually have to take those cards back into my hand. And I won't be able to discard them until my turn starts. It doesn't say anything about discarding them, but the only thing I can do during this phase, initial train phase, is play cards. It doesn't say anything about discarding cards, so I can't discard those. So the Germans picked one. They played one, they picked one. So now this is what we do, and this is called sideboard solitaire. So what we do is we pick our 3 unknown cards. We put them into our deck with 5 cards. Now we have 8. We shuffle them a couple times. And then we draw out 3 cards. And those 3 cards become our new sideboard. So we added... those 3 cards, shuffled them, drew 3 out. So that was a change of almost 60% of our cards. We have no idea now what 60% of our cards are going to be. We're going to do the same thing down here with the Americans. So I may get those building cards back, in which case I'll have to discard them, or I may not. So we're going to take the 3 of these. And the game begins. So let's go through sequence of play. The game begins with the player specified by the scenario taking his first play. We're not going to talk about the DYO, design your own scenario, because we're not doing that right now. When he is finished, the opposing player takes his turn. Player turns are then alternated until one of the participants achieves his victory conditions as required by the scenario in play or the time limit expires. So this scenario is winning conditions are these. So pillbox and minefield cards are treated as cower cards. So cower cards basically are unplayable. They can only be discarded or used as an open terrain card. The first player to have at least 4 unpinned personality cards in one or more non-infiltrated groups at range chit 4, occupying any terrain which will reduce the fire strength of an attack against them is the winner. Or the Germans win by default at the end of the 3rd deck. I'm going to have a Biscoff. So, like I said, there's going to be mistakes, probably a lot of them. Am I going to have fun? Probably a lot of it. Am I going to have to look at the rules? Probably a lot. So, with that understood, let's play up front. I'm not sure what this is here. I'm not sure what this counter thing's here for. I don't know. So now we're going to spread our cards. What do we have? Looks like we have a terrain card here. Oh, we have a marsh. Marsh is bad. We can play marsh on a group over here. Let's look at marsh. Okay, well, let's go back to sequence of play. A player turn consists of a player performing a maximum of one action in each group of a personality card he controls. He need not pre-designate those actions. He may observe the results of one group's attack before deciding what action, if any, to take with another group. There are 5 types of possible actions. Perform movement by playing a terrain or movement card on a group. Only one card may be played on each group. There is an exception somewhere over here. We're not even going to look at it. Make a fire attack by playing one or more fire cards and selecting the group which is firing and its target group. Reverse the status of pinned men by playing a rally card on their group. Only one such card can be played as a single action per group per turn. Attempt to infiltrate an enemy position or enter close combat. Alter the composition of a group by performing one of the following actions: weapon repair attempt, weapon acquisition attempt, change crew assignments, place smoke, attempt to entrench, attempt blah, blah, blah. And then discard. All cards used to perform an action other than movement are revealed and placed in the discard tray face down. Movement and terrain cards remain face up on the table in front of their respective groups. Cards which are discarded from a player's hand without being played need not be revealed before being placed face down in the discard tray. Cards discarded on an opposing group are revealed and remain on top of the opposing group or placed in the discard tray as required. Hand refill. The player may now draw at his option as many cards from the draw pile as is necessary to bring his total number of cards in his hand up to his full allotment. It is now the opposing player's turn. I didn't see this before. The player may now draw at his option as many cards from the draw pile as is necessary to bring. I didn't know you could forego drawing cards if you wanted to. Refilling one's hand is optional. However, if the decision is made to draw cards, a player must draw to a full hand. So if you're a German, your hand size is 5, and you have 3 cards in your hand, you can't just draw one card. You have to draw up to 5, which is your allotted hand size. Repeat steps 4.2 to 4.5 until the player achieves his victory conditions or the scenario time limit expires. Note that a player does not have to take an action or discard in his turn unless his opponent has likewise passed in the immediately preceding turn. That's interesting. So if your opponent has likewise passed in the immediately preceding turn, you have to take an action or discard. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know about that. Alrighty then. Let's click on this again. Let's see if anybody's in the chat. Nobody's in the chat. If anybody comes into chat, let me know. I'm really focused. Okay, so Oh, okay. So I was going to look at that marsh because I think I can put that marsh card on an opponent and mess them up. Marsh. Any defending group occupying marsh terrain may deduct 1 from the fire strength of the group attacking it. Let's see. Mana Marsh may not attempt to. I'm pretty sure I can put this onto. Group attacking from marsh must deduct 1. Any group occupying marsh may deduct 1 from the fire strength of the group attacking it. Okay, so I might want to put that into the bar doesn't get a new terrain card cannot be placed on top of a marsh card until 2 movement cards have already been placed on top of it. Marsh sucks. I'm going to go out here real quick and go to Google. And we're going to ask Google. Upfront game. The Marsh card. This is from Board Game Geek. Don't see anything here. I'm pretty sure you can, so I'm going to do that. I think I did it last night. I'm going to play it on Group A because Group A's got the highest firepower, and I don't want them advancing on me. Now let's see about accepting, rejecting a terrain card. Okay, rejecting terrain. Opponent's terrain placement. Any terrain card other than open ground can be placed on an opposing group in lieu of discard. In order to place a terrain card in an opposing group, that group must be currently eligible to receive a terrain card. It must have a movement card in play which is not covered by a terrain card and does not require placement of a second movement card. Okay, so I can't play this because that group does not have a movement card on it. So that answers that. So I think there's really nothing we can do here. We don't have the firepower. So let me explain that. So right now we're at relative range 0. The way relative range works, you know what? I played this, Yeah, I played this at the game startup because you can't play terrain unless you have a movement card. So terrain has to be played on top of movement cards, unless it's an artificial terrain like smoke or wire. Those can be placed directly on top of terrain. But the way this works is there's movement cards in here. I believe they're all +1. You can move forward, you can move backwards, you can actually move sideways in some situations. You can advance or retreat. So if I played a movement card, a +1 movement card here, this would go to, we would flip this one to 2, to relative range 1. So you add the two ranges together to get the relative range. The relative range has to do with combat. So you can see here the range. So, for example, if this card was at, it doesn't say what these are. I wonder what these are. It doesn't say. Timer, maybe? Move timer? That's probably what it is. So say this card was at, say this card was relative range 1 also. You add the two together to find the range. 1 + 1 is 2. So they would be at range 2 from each other. And you come here and you see range 2. This machine pistol at range 2 has no firepower. However, the light machine gun at range 2 has 6 firepower. So what you're doing on these cards is you're looking for, we'd be looking for this number here to be a 6. And then this would be the fire strength of the attack. So we don't have that. So we're going to flip this back. We don't have that. And so we're just going to go, okay, we can't fire. We don't have the cards to do that. But what we're going to do is we're going to discard. We can discard one card. Concealment cards are good cards. There's nothing else I can do except discard. So we're going to discard, I think, the Marsh card. And then we're going to group these, group them, flip them. And then we're going to draw a card. And then we're going to grab our sideboard and add the sideboard to it. Oh, not that. Get the whole thing, add the sideboard to it. We're going to shuffle a couple of times. Then we're going to draw the sideboard out. And then we're going to go to Americans. It's interesting. I don't know if there's a way in here to say which turn you're on. I don't know. They're both hosting because it's a hot seat game. Okay, so we're going to spread the Americans cards out. Look what we have. We got a movement card here. We've got a rally card here. Now, machine pistol, again, if I move up to relative range 1, I'd have 3 firepower. I'd have 1, 4, 5 firepower. Here's the problem, though, and this is what the game, even the game says this in the rules. They say you should not play a movement card unless you have a, it takes 2 turns to move from the area that you're in into new terrain. Right now we're in open ground. So what we're looking for is a terrain card with cover, like woods, buildings we can't use. And the 2 buildings are in here. So I'm going to have to discard those at some point because I can't use them because the first 5 building cards are discarded as unused. So we want to find some cover. before we play a movement card, because if you're moving, you take a +1 to the firepower that we saw in the Germans here. We can see it down here with the Americans. This is firepower 1. If we're moving and the Germans attacked us with a fire 1 card, it would be their fire attack would be increased to 2 if you're moving. That's what that +1 is there. And then you can actually retreat if you want to. So we're just going to discard a couple cards. We're probably going to discard we'll keep this card because this, we only need a firepower of 3 to get a fire attack of 2. This one, we need a firepower of 5 to get an attack of 1. This one, we only need 2. This one, we need 7 to get 2. If I move up to range 1, I'd have 1, 4, 5 in this group. If I move this one up to range 1, I'd have 1, 4, 5. So let's get rid of these two, because these two I'm not going to be able to use for a while. So we're going to come back over here. American player may discard up to 2 unused cards from his hand, but only if he performed no other action during his player turn. I didn't. So we're going to do this, flip these over. Oh, these got to get flipped over. Flip it, they get put in their face down. And then what we're going to do is, after we click on this, we're going to group these up. We're going to flip them, group them. I got 4 there. I'm going to draw 2 more. We got 6. We're going to add our sideboard to that. We're going to shuffle. Draw out 3 cards. That becomes our new sideboard. And then we've got 6 cards left. So that was the Americans' turn. What I found is that this game, and I don't know if it's because of the sideboard, but the game is like really slow moving. It's really slow. I don't know why this happens sometimes on these. This one's just floating above the board. You think that all of these would have the same states. You can see down here, there should be something about changing a state of something. And yeah, you don't know. Okay, so let's go. Now we're going to look at what the Germans might be able to do. Well, let's go back to the sequence of play. Hand refill, we did that. Repeating steps, movement. Movement is accomplished by playing movement cards and, to a lesser extent, terrain cards. Any group may place a movement card provided it does not currently contain a pinned personality card. A terrain card may be placed on any group, even one containing a pinned personality card, provided it already has a movement card of some type in place which is not already covered by another terrain or wire card. Each group is assumed to occupy the terrain shown on the last terrain card placed on that group, unless it has 2 movement cards in play, in which case they are in open ground. If no terrain card is present, an occurrence only at game start or upon the entrance of reinforcements, the terrain occupied is assumed to be open ground. The terrain a group currently occupies is a factor in resolving any fire attacks made against it. It can occasionally affect attacks and movement made by that group as well. Changing the current terrain card that a group occupies, including placement of a terrain card on a group without one, first requires the presence of a placed movement card above the last occupied terrain card. Since only one movement... Oh, well, I'm over here. What did I do? Yeah, there was nothing I could do here. My last play, I had a movement card that I could have placed here, but I did not have another terrain card showing. And so that is a bad idea, which they explain down here. Movement cards are also used to change their... here. Since only one movement or terrain card may be played in a single group per player turn, it will take at least 2 turns for a player to change the terrain of a group once play begins, assuming the availability of the necessary terrain and movement cards, and non-intervention by the opponent. So, I could put a movement card down, and if I put a movement card down on this group, then the German, if he draws that brush card again, he could throw that brush card down on, or a marsh card down on me, and I'd be stuck in the marsh. So that's what it means here. 2 turns for a player to change the terrain of a group once play begins, assuming the availability of the necessary terrain and movement cards and non-intervention by the opponent. As soon as I put a movement card down, it's like fair game for the opponent to put a terrain card on it. Movement cards are also used to change the relative distance between opposing groups. Each movement card can be placed head up with the +1 at the top to represent an advanced forward movement, or turned upside down to represent a retreat, reverse movement, or sidewise to represent lateral movement. By playing a movement card in the forward mode, the group is moving in a direct relative direction toward the opposing player and increasing its range number on their group card by moving the wooden marker, while often decreasing the actual distance between it and the opponent's groups. We're not using wooden markers, we're using these range chits right here. Playing a movement card in reverse mode, it increases the range. Placing the card sideways signifies the group is moving laterally to the opposing player without actually changing its range. Note that moving laterally in this manner does not change the position of any group relative to another, or their relative ranges, except possibly in the case of lateral group transfer. Once a terrain card is played and accepted on a group, it removes all cards beneath it from further consideration until redrawn and played again later in the game. That's what I need to understand here. Accepting, it removes... Once a terrain card is played and accepted on a group, it removes all cards beneath it from further consideration until redrawn and played later during the game. Even if a group uses a movement card to retreat, the terrain he retreats to will be determined by the next terrain card played on top of that movement card. So if a unit's in a building and then they play a movement card +1, and then they go into woods, and then they play a reverse movement card on the woods, that doesn't mean that they retreat back into the building. They retreat, if the player has a building card, then they could retreat back into the building, but it doesn't mean they're gonna the terrain you retreat into would be determined by the next terrain card played on top of that movement group. All cards beneath an accepted played terrain card are removed and placed in the discard pile. And then it's got some FAQ stuff here. All groups start at relative range 0 from all opposing groups. This is signified by placing the wooden marker at range number 0 on the group before start of play. Each time a group plays a movement card in the advanced mode, increases its range number on the group by 1. Should a group play a movement card in retreat mode, the range is similarly decreased by 1. retrograde. And talks about a group may not retreat if in so doing it will decrease the relative range between it and the closest group to less than 0. Relative range is the actual distance between any two groups the actual distance between any two groups, opposing groups, is determined by adding their respective ranges together. If the sum of their range numbers is greater than 5, that sum is subtracted from 10 to achieve the true relative range between the groups. The range number 5, black or red, can be exceeded when needed by flipping the card group to its opposite side. So these are not in this game. So there's a chart here talking about relative range. The relative range is further decreased by 1 if the groups in question are neither directly opposite or adjacent. So for example here, the American group A is adjacent to the German group B, so they are at a relative range of 1 because they're adjacent. This group is at relative range 1 because it's adjacent. This group is at relative range 1 because they're adjacent to B. Now, if I had a group D would be at relative range, I don't know. It would be 0 because it's reduced by 1 if they're not adjacent or opposing each other. It's decreased by 1 to a minimum of 0 if the groups in question are neither directly opposite or adjacent. So group D is not directly opposite to German group B. It's not adjacent to German group B. So this relative range would be 0. 1 plus 0 is 1, minus 1 is 0. When dealing with group card ranges greater than 5 or less than 0, players by mutual consent could readjust the ranges of every group at the end of each deck during the resulting shuffle. Readjusting by reducing positive range numbers and increasing negative range numbers by an equal amount so as to maintain the same relative range between the groups. We won't worry about that. Blocking positions. A group may not move forward if, in so doing, the relative range between it and its like-named, directly opposite opposing group would exceed 5. In order to move forward, the opposite group whose range number blocks a further advance would have to retreat or be eliminated. So if this is at +3 range, this is at +2, that's 5. This group, neither group would be able to move forward because they're at 5. A group may not move forward if in so doing the relative range between it and its direct opposite would exceed 5. When it goes into fire attacks, I want to look up entrenchment. Entrenchments. An infantry group may attempt to entrench as its sole action for that player turn, provided it is not moving and contains no pinned men, wire, or friendly infiltrators. An entrenchment attempt is successfully resolved by drawing a 0 random number card of any color and placing an entrenchment chip on the group's terrain card. Any other random number color is treated as no result, although the attempt still counts as that group's sole action for that turn. No group may have more than one entrenchment at any one time. All right, so whose turn are we on? Germans? Yeah. So let's spread these. Again. Got nothing here. So we're going to discard. Discard the fire card, fire 6. I mean, I don't want to move because I don't have... Now, if I draw... Here's the thing with the sideboard thing. If I draw a card, if I have a movement card and I play it down, I don't have... Even if I do have... Say I had this movement card and I had a terrain card, favorable terrain card. And I play this card down. Okay, I'm going to move forward off the brush because I have this card. But I'm going to I'm going to be folding that back into my sideboard card here. So I don't know if I'll have that terrain card next time. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's go over here. Let's do this. I mean, I like the idea of the sideboard because it does create, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know if you're going to get the cards you need. But from what I found, at least from my own experience and playing a little bit yesterday, is that that you don't know. You just don't know. Are we going to be able to do anything? Okay, I got the 2 building cards. So this is what we're going to do with the 2 building cards. We're going to discard 2. That's all we're going to do. Because I can discard 2 as part of my deal here. I can discard up to 2 unused cards, but only if I perform no other action during that turn. So these are going to be discarded out of the game. They're not put back into the deck. They're just discarded out of the game. And I think that's supposed to simulate. That's supposed to simulate like I said, these squads are on patrol, and they are patrolling an area like between their current line and the village in front of them. And so the game doesn't want you getting too many. I'm going to turn these over. I can because they don't want you like accumulating, like getting into like building terrain right away, because you're in the country. You're in open ground, you're in the country, and you're moving towards this village or whatever. Okay, so I did get those 2 out. That's good. I did get those 2 cards out. That's good. Again. So let's do this. If I move forward again to relative range 2, I'm going to have 6 firepower. I don't have any cards right now that I can use that with. But at least we'd be doing something. This is for the sake of the game. Okay. I'm moving out of the brush. So the brush has a -1. The movement card has a +1. So it'd be a net 0, basically. So it'd be a net 0. So we come over here, we look up brush again, brush. Any defending group on a brush card may subtract 1 from the fire strength of the group attacking it. So I'd be subtracting 1, adding 1, so it would be a net of 0 if there was an attack against it. This terrain won't move until I play another terrain card down on top of this. I play another terrain card down on top of this, and then both these cards would be removed. So I'm going to discard the Fire 12 because That's going to be my discard because I can discard regardless of how many actions I take. Group. So we got 2 cards to draw. Hopefully I'll get a shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Hopefully next turn I'll get a terrain card to put down on that. Or maybe that smoke card again. I could just throw some smoke out there. That might be good. Hopefully we're at range 2 now. Am I at range? How do I get to range 1? I don't think I switched that back. I think I'm only at range 1. Because this was played at the beginning of the game. This one I just played, so we're still at range 1. So yeah, I'm still only going to get a +5 firepower. So at range 1, these guys can generate 3. So we'll see how all that plays out. So let's spread. Gosh. Okay, I only need 2 for this one. Fire 2. I'm not sure about how wire works. If a group has to be like directly across. 2 types of artificial terrain cards, smoke and wire. These are not terrain cards. They're artificial terrain cards. These are not terrain cards. Playing an artificial terrain card does not change the terrain that a group occupies. Rather, it modifies the terrain last occupied. Therefore, unlike a terrain card, it need not be placed on a movement card. It can be played directly on top of a terrain card. It need not be placed on a movement card. It doesn't say it can't be, it just says it doesn't have to be. An artificial terrain card placed on a group by an opposing player cannot be rejected. It doesn't say by an opposing group. So I'm just wondering, because I'd want to, actually I could probably fire. Yeah. Actually, I could place the wire with this group. I could fire with this group because they're at a relative range of 1. So let's do that. Let's do that. And if I'm making mistakes, you guys just tell me. You're making a lot of mistakes, Biff. Stop it. Stop it. All right, so what time is it? 12. Okay. I kind of want to do this first. So let's throw this wire card down. We're going to mess up the Germans. Sorry, guys. Doesn't want to sit on top of there. Okay. And we're going to do a fire. What do we have? We have 1, 3, 5. We're going to do a fire 3 against this group here. Okay, we're going to group these cards up again. So let me explain this. So we're at relative range 1 because we're at relative range 0. Because you have to subtract 1. So I only have firepower 2, so I can't use this card, but I could use this card. So let's try this, just so we can do it. So they're at range 1, we're at range 0. We're not adjacent to them. We're not directly opposing them. See, it doesn't say. Oh, a wire card can be placed on an opposing group only in lieu of a discard. So the only way I could play this card is if I decided to not discard. And if I play this, I can't discard anyways because it means I've taken an action. So we're not going to play that wire card. It's only if you play a wire card, you can't discard. That's you'd be playing the wire card instead of doing a discard. I can't do a discard anyways if I play the wire card because I'm the Americans, and if I take an action, I can't. Well, let's do that then. I don't know how that works either. So you play a wire card instead of a discard. So I don't know if the wire card is intended to be played during the course of the turn or at the end of the turn. Because I Googled yesterday, I said, if you play a wire card, like instead of a discard, does that end your turn? And the answer was no, it doesn't end your turn. You think it would because you're doing it right at the very end of your turn where you would normally discard. Anyways, so group B is putting wire down. It doesn't say you need to use a group to do this, so I don't know. We are at range what? I gotta look up the range thing again. Pardon me. Um, so, what was it about the opposite opposing groups? What, you reduce it by one? Here, right? Let's see, adjacent. Adjacent. Yeah, here it is. The relative range is further decreased by one if the groups in question are neither directly opposite or adjacent. So it'd be like D to B would be reduced by one, or adjacent. B is adjacent to A. So it's not decreased by one because it's adjacent. So we're at relative range one because we're adjacent. Okay. So I can use that fire 3 card. So we're going to drag this one up here. We got, we do have, we're at relative range one. We've got 1, 4, 5. So we have 5 firepower. This is the firepower here. This is the fire strength. So we're doing a 5 firepower attack against against group B, which is in brush. They're moving and they've got wire on them. So wire is Okay, wire card cannot be played on a group in marsh or pillbox terrain. Wire can be placed on stream terrain only if the group is successfully forded. Players may find it difficult to picture wire being placed on a non-moving group. Now, see, it didn't say anything up here. It was talking about artificial terrain. There's two types of artificial terrain, smoke and wire. These are not terrain cards. Playing an artificial terrain card does not change the terrain that a group occupies. Rather, it modifies the last terrain occupied. Therefore, unlike a terrain card, it need not be placed on a movement card. Therefore, unlike a terrain card, it need not be placed on a movement card. It doesn't say it can't be placed on a movement card. So let's go back out here, go to Google again. Can you play a wire card on a movement card? Okay. It says you can. So we're going to go back to wire. Anyways, players may find it difficult to picture wire being placed on a non-moving group or even a moving group. You just like throw wire down on them. It may help the credibility of the situation if you look upon the wire card as an abstracted form of a fate card, representing any development which could discomfort the player, the enemy in his current position. If perceiving the wire card as random shelling, which damages the defender's terrain and causes him to shift slightly within his position, thus disturbing his aim, enhances your perception of the card, by all means think of it in those terms. Any defending group on a wire card must add 1 to the fire strength of the group attacking it, in addition to any applicable terrain movement modifiers. Any attacking group must deduct 1. Screw surge weapons only fire with their bracketed values only fully crewed and non-moving. Oh, they're moving, so they can't fire anyway. Ordnance weapons on a fire card must deduct 1 from their 2-hit frequency. Okay, so we're at fire 2, fire 3, fire 4. So we're at a fire 4 because you got -1 +2. So we're at a fire 4. So the way we resolve this is this. We draw 4 cards, 3 cards. There's 3 men in the group. We draw 3 cards. And then we're going to add the number 4. We're going to flip cards over like this one. And we have a 6, which is probably going to be a, it's going to be some type of a, yeah, it's going to be a breakdown on one of these. So we have to look at the rules for that. Alrighty. Oh, back over here. I'm sorry, back over here. What we figured out is that we can use the wire card. This German group is in brush, but they're moving, and they're just came up against an obstacle, like a big bunch of rocks or something just spread right across the area that they're trying to grow through, and they're going to have to try to like climb in and amongst the rocks and stuff to keep moving. So we're at a relative range of 1, in which we can use this 5 fire card here, because at a relative range 1, we have firepower range of 1. We have firepower of 1, 4, 5. And this is a 5 firepower card. It has fire attack of 3, which is reduced to 2 by the brush, increased to 1 by the movement to make it, so it's 3 reduced to 2, back up to 3 because they're moving, up to 4 because they're on wire or they're in an obstacle. So what we do is there's 3 men in the group, so we draw 3 cards, and then these cards are randomly drawn, and then you resolve the fire. So it's fire 4. Red numbers are negative numbers. So you add 4 plus -6. So it's -2. And so this would be the first one. This is morale of 4. So -2 is less than 4. So Corporal Hessel does not break. He is undisturbed by this machine gun fire, probably because the machine gun broke down. So I drew a 6. The breakdown number for the weapons in this group are 6s. So even though Burnett is not adding his firepower to the group, I still believe he is calculated as being part of the group as far as breakdowns go. So let's go back over here and we're going to look up the word breakdown. Okay, the breakdown number of any malfunction weapon is a 6. Let's do malfunction. Oh, did I just hit the, I might have just hit the, I'm going to come back up here and search it again. Is it necessary to use an RPM for determining the position in a one-man group? No. Use a random position number draw only to determine the position of the effect, like a malfunction, if there is more than one man in the group. So we have a malfunction, not a breakdown. So a malfunction is where, the bullet's jammed or the soldier's trying to get the bullet into the chamber, whatever. And so he's just having trouble with his weapon. A breakdown is when the weapon just quits working. I believe that is the distinction. Weapon malfunction number. Right here. Zoom in. Right here. It's a 6. I think they're all 6s. Resolve an attack piece, following procedure, target man, draw the top card of the draw pile, and add the final fire strength of the attack to the RNC. If the RNC is black, add it to the modified attack strength to obtain the final combat resolution number. If the RNC is red, subtract it from the modified attack strength to obtain the final resolution number. Compare the final combat resolution number with the defense values of the personality card under attack. The final combat resolution number is only compared to the morale defense value currently exposed on the card, or the panic defense value if the man is pinned. All right, but if the personality card has an exposed KI value less than the final combat resolution number, the personality card is eliminated. So that would only be if we draw like a black less than or equal to. If we draw a black 4, because we have combat value 4, then the personality card is, if their KI value is 8 and the final resolution number is an 8, then that personality card would be eliminated. Malfunction. Conjunction function, what's your function? I was supposed to take a break about 20 minutes ago, but let's try to resolve this. Malfunction. A weapon may possibly jam or run out of ammunition if its group fires, and in the process of resolving that fire against a target and the defending group, a red RNC, random number thing, is drawn. RNC, random number thing. A red 6. If the firing group contains only one firing weapon with usable firepower factors and a red 6 RNC is drawn to resolve its attack, that weapon automatically malfunctions and any remaining defenders which have not had the attack against them resolved need not do so. Okay. But we have 3 weapons. If the firing group contains more than one weapon with usable firepower factors, an RPC is immediately drawn to determine which weapon in the group actually malfunctions. All weapons in an attacking group, even those with firepower of 0, are considered to be firing when the group attacks. If the random position check indicates a non-firing weapon has malfunctioned, there is no effect. Okay, well, that'd be great. If the RPC indicates a position occupied by a pinned man, there's no effect to the attack, but the pinned man's weapon does malfunction. Well, let's see how it's going to... So how do we actually do this? So we got to draw a card. I don't think it's not on the card that you drew. So we're going to draw a separate card. Put it down here. Flip it over. We have 4 men in the group. So 4 is 3, the third man. The man with the best firepower factor. Oh, man, come on, game. Give me a break. Yeah, there's 4 men. It's number 3. 1, 2, 3. And so his weapon has malfunctioned. Let's see. He's got the bar. So I think... No. I think we got to take the bar over here. I think we have to flip it. Malfunction. Oh, man. And I bet you I can't continue the fire attack. I'll bet you I cannot continue the fire attack because I don't have the firepower now available. Firing group contains more than one weapon with usable firepower factors. A random position check is immediately drawn to determine which weapon in the group actually malfunctions. All weapons in an attacking group, even those with firepower of 0, are considered to be firing when the group attacks. If the random position check indicates a non-firing weapon has malfunctioned, like the case of the machine pistol that the squad leader had, there'd be no effect. That would have been great. If the random position check indicates a position occupied by a pinned man, there's no effect. But the pinned man's weapon does malfunction. If the random position check indicates a position occupied by a designated assistant crewman of a firing machine gun or a man whose weapon has no firepower at its current range, the malfunction is considered only momentary. The fire against any remaining defenders in the defending group yet to be attacked is resolved with 1 less fire strength. But no weapons malfunctions. If the random position check indicates a position occupied by a firing weapon, that weapon malfunctions and combat versus any remaining defenders not yet fired upon is resolved with 1 less fire strength for every 2 firepower factors or fractions thereof previously contributed by the malfunction weapon. Interesting. Okay. This reduction to the fire strength is made after any halving effects for moving or night fire and is made even if the firing group did not require that weapon's firepower in order to play the fire cards used in the attack. So what are we doing here? The weapon malfunctions. Combat versus any remaining defenders not yet fired upon resolved with 1 less fire strength for every 2 firepower factors. That's being contributed. What does it say? Every 2 firepower factors or fractions thereof. So this one was firing at range 1 with 3 firepower factors. So we were at 4. So these next 2 attacks against these guys are going to be reduced to 2 firepower. Because we're reducing, because of the bar, we're reducing for every 2 firepower factors, when there's 3, we're reducing the fire strength by 1. So that means 2 firepower factors of the 3, reduce it by 1, and then the remaining fraction of 1 reduces it by another 1. Because it says here, or fraction thereof. This fire strength is made after having any effects from moving or night fire. Okay, so now we're down to these last 2 cards are going to be these guys are going to be resolved with 2 instead of 4. Flip. So 2 plus 0 is 3. So they are okay. 2 minus 4 is minus 2. So private street is okay. And then these get flipped, grouped, and sent to the discard pile. And what's his name has a malfunctioning weapon. These 2 cards get grouped, and they get flipped, and they get sent to the discard pile. These cards, is there anything else I want to do with these? So I did the wire with this group. Not that I think I have to. I don't think I have to use a group for that. These guys are already fired. In fact, I probably should have left that fire card in there. I'm going to leave that fire card over here until I get resolved. So I think these guys here are going to fire also. Because at range 1, they have 3 firepower. And this is a fire 1 at range, need 2 firepower. And we've got 3 available. So these guys are going to fire. With the same thing. Firepower 1. Minus 1 for the brush is 0. Plus 1 for movement, plus 1 for wire is a 2. So it's going to be fire attack. Firepower 2, I've got 3 available. Fire attack 1. Minus 1 for the brush. Plus 1 for movement, plus 1 for wire. So it's going to be a fire attack 2. And we've got 3 guys in there again. So we're going to pull. Hopefully you don't get any red 6s. So let's see. We're going to flip. We get a 3 plus 2 is a 4. This guy is pinned. So we're attacking at fire strength 2 against this group right here. We drew a 3. Black numbers you add to the fire strength to get the final combat resolution number. So 3 plus 2 is 5. Hessel's morale is a 4. 5 is greater than 4. So he gets pinned. Next one. Who's this? This is Schussel. 2 plus 0 is 2, and his morale's 3. He's good. Next, 2 plus 0 is 2. He's a 3. He's good also. Now our minefields. Yeah, pillbox and minefield cards are treated as cower cards. But I think this gets... I don't think it gets discarded. I think it has to be discarded from a player's hand. not just from the RNC, I don't think. Let's see over here. The pillbox and minefield cards are treated as cower cards. Let's go back and look at cower. Bring this back up to the top. Start searching for cower. Cower card. Any card defined by scenario is unusable by one or both players considered a cower card for that player. Cower card has no value to its owner other than inverted use as an open ground terrain card. It nonetheless must be counted as part of the owner's hand until it can be legally discarded per that player's discard capability. So right there, that tells me, and I hope I've been doing this right because I haven't actually been looking at it. It looks like these can be used by any side. You can see here, let me just point this out right here. This is a concealed card. Oh, you know what what I didn't do on this? My bad. My bad. What I've got to do on this, and I didn't do, and that's part of the whole thing with the sideboard, is that in attacks, yeah, see that attack. Okay, this can be used by a radio, as a radio by the Germans. There's the Germans in symbol right there. Can be used by a radio. It can be used as a rally card. Some of these cards are split. It can be used as a rally card by the Russians, the Japanese, and I'm not sure who that is. Maybe the French. So we have a -1 concealed card that the Germans played. Okay, this fire 3 plus 2, because we were firing it fire strength 2, made a fire strength 5. I think he's still panicked because that would have been reduced by the German playing the concealed 1. So the concealment card actually reduces the fire strength of a card. So we were on 1. It was raised to 2 by the brush, or it was reduced to 0 by the brush, increased back to 1 by the movement card, increased to 2 by the wire card. So we were at a fire strength 2. The German played a concealed -1, so we're at fire strength 1. So we pulled a 3. So 3 and 1 is 4. So this is actually the morale, if it's less than or equal to the fire strength, then the unit is pinned. If the morale is less than or equal to the fire strength, then the unit is pinned. And so he still is pinned because the final fire strength was 4. The final result was 4. 1 plus 3, because we had 2 minus 1 plus 3 is 4. Okay, so I know it's confusing. It's confusing me, believe me. So that goes away. This comes over here. Group these together. This comes up here. That's what I forgot to do, is doing the, that's one of the reasons for the sideboard. Because every attack, you get to look at the opponent's cards to see if they have a conceal card. So this way, the Germans will again, so concealed cards are, the German has 4 in their hand. They don't draw a card to replace that concealed card until the end of their turn, which will be, so wait, let's go here. Are there any other things I want to do? There's nothing else I can do. So that's going to be it. Those are our two actions. The first, we did put the wire down. We fired with this group. We fired with this group. This one, I'm going to discard. This one, I'm going to discard. And if I'm doing this wrong, please tell me. So he's pinned. These guys can still fire. They can fire next turn if they get a fire card. First, we're going to do the Germans. No. Yeah, we're going to do the Germans. So we're going to add these to, we're going to put the 3 cards up here. We're going to shuffle, 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 shuffle. We're going to take out 3 cards. And then we're going to draw 3 cards for the Americans. 1, 2, 3. We're going to put in the sideboard. That should give us 9 cards. We're going to shuffle, 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 shuffle. Draw out 3 cards for a new sideboard. Let's see, I'm going to do this. I don't know why you wouldn't do this. We're going to change this to, I'm going to lock this. Yeah, I don't want to be able to grab that. If I'm trying to grab these cards. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Let's do that again then. I didn't mean to flip them. Let's do that again. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Yeah, see, I don't want this to move. I don't want this to move either. That's locked, okay. Yeah, I don't want this to move if I'm down here trying to grab these cards like this. I don't want this to grab, I don't want to grab this, so I want to lock it so it doesn't move. Okay, so that was the Americans' turn. German turns next. I'm taking a break. And let's see if there's anybody in chat that I need to say hi to before I go on my break. Nope. Okay. I'm going to go on my break. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you in a couple minutes. Hey everybody, I'm back. Thanks for giving me a break. I appreciate it. Let's see. Been streaming for about 3 hours. I don't have any dropped frames. And I don't have anybody in the channel. Oh, who's this? Shroom Poof? Hello, Shroom. Or should I call you Poof? Anyways, I was on break. So we are back into the game. This is Tabletop Simulator, and we're playing a game called Upfront. This is the squad leader card game. It is man and squad level combat in World War II. And you can see here, you got like 3 squads. Actually, this is one squad here, but they're grouped into A, B, and C. This would be one squad, because a squad in World War II is about 10 to 12 men. And then you got a squad of Germans up here. This is called meeting of patrols. So Americans are out on patrol, Germans are out on patrol, and they meet, and there's combat. So it is the Germans' turn. We're playing solitaire. Now it's kind of difficult playing a solitaire game because you can see your opponent's cards when you have to play a turn for your opponent or for one side or the other. Shroom is just fine. Glad to hear it. So we are playing what is called the sideboard method of playing a card game, solitaire. And the way that works is the person who invented this, I guess you could say this is for solitaire card games like this. Got this idea from Magic the Gathering, where you have a sideboard that you can, I guess, between games or whatever, you can take cards from your sideboard, take some cards out of your deck, put those into your sideboard, take some cards out of your sideboard, put them in your deck. So what this one does is this one says, okay, we have a sideboard of 3 cards. We have a deck or a hand for the Germans of 4 cards. Normally it's 5, but they made a card play last turn. The American turn, that reduced them to 4. And they won't replenish that card until the end of their turn. And so what happened is at the end of the German turn, there will be, we will add the sideboard cards into the German hand. We will shuffle them. We will pull 3 out and leave them over here. So there's like 60% of the cards that are in the German player's hand. We don't know what they are. Could be anything. So let's just play the Germans' turn. We're going to spread out their cards. They have a wire card. But none of the American side have any terrain cards down yet. So wire has to be played on top of a terrain card. And I'm just going to confirm that here by going into Google over here. Play wire card. I think actually open ground. Yes, I believe you can. We can play that for the Germans. So this is what we're going to do. So I said that the Germans don't, or the Americans don't have any terrain in play, but they do. Because if there's no terrain card down here, the group is considered to be in open ground, and wire cards can be placed in open ground. Now, right now, at relative range 1, 2, 3, 4, this group right here is the most threatening group because they can muster 4 firepower at relative range 1. This group can muster 3. You see here, there's 3 firepower at range 1. The way you determine the range is every time a movement card is played, this chit is increased from like 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then you add these two together to get the range. So right now, 1 plus 0, the range is 1. So right now, this team would be able to muster 1, 2, 3 firepower. This team would be able to, or group would be able to muster 1, 2, 3, 4 firepower. Yeah, they should call these teams because it's like an assault team or a fire group team. So the Germans are going to play this card on Group C. So now the firepower is going to be reduced by 1, or the fire card. Let's take a look. Because we're going back and forth here between the we're going back and forth between the we're looking at a lot of rules because there's this rule book is 36 pages long. It's not like playing Go Fish, some card game like that. Pretty lots of rules. Wire can place an open in lieu of discard. Okay, so the Germans won't be able to discard. I keep forgetting that rule. Do I want to place that card and not be able to discard? Well, let's see what's in my. Let me see what's in my hand. But anyways, it cannot be played on a group in marsh or pillbox terrain. Let's see. Defending group must add 1. Yeah. Defending group on a card must add 1 to the fire strength of the group attacking it. Okay, the fire strength. So do I want to play it in lieu of a discard? I'm going to be drawing 2 cards. I'm not going to be using radios this scenario, I don't think. And this firepower card, this 11 is too high. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do it just to slow this group down because they do have potentially the highest firepower at this point. At relative range 2, they would still only have 4. At relative range 2, this one would have 3 still. At relative range 2, this one would have 1, same, 5, but this one's got a malfunction on it. So, actually, I think I'll play it on this group here. All right, and then we'll do that in lieu of a fire attempt. Hey, you know what? Let's get this guy rallied. So we're going to play a rally card on this guy. I know it's a rally 5, but hey, it's in my hand. Let's get rid of it. I'm not going to be able to discard anything. So we're going to be drawing 3. We're going to flip these and group them. And now this is what we do for the solitaire part of it. The deck size or the hand size for the Germans is 5. So we're going to draw 3 cards to bring our deck size up to 5. I like with Tabletop Simulator, you mouse over and it shows you how many cards are in that stack. Then we pick up the sideboard cards. We put them into that. Now we have 8. We shuffle them a little bit. And we draw 3 cards out. We don't know what 3 cards. So when it's the Germans' turn again, we're not going to know what 5 cards are in their hand. I'm going to group these together. So now this group has wire on it. Not good. Now let's see if we can I'll tell you what, I don't know how many movement cards. You need movement basically to do a lot of things in this game. I don't know how many movement cards there are in the game, but there's not enough. Wire card extras. Okay. Wire card must add 1. Now it doesn't say that they can't repair a malfunction weapon. Because I have a malfunction weapon. An unpinned man may attempt to repair his malfunction weapon, provided he does so as a sole action of that group for that player turn, and he is not currently occupying a stream or marsh, or in the act of movement. An RNC is drawn to resolve a repair attempt. The malfunction chit and the personality cards contain a listing of the RNCs that will result in repair or elimination of the weapon. Okay, let's see. It's the American's turn. Repair 0 to 6. Any black RNC random number check from 0 to 6. Any red 5 to 6, 5 or 6, red 5 or 6 is going to remove the item from the game. Great. And that's the only action that I can do with that group that turn. Okay. Do I have a movement card? I can put that on the wire, but that means I can't repair the weapon this turn. So let's go back to wire. Wire to wire. No, I got to go back up this way. I got to go reverse. Think about flanking fire. Wire. To remove wire. A wire card is removed and placed in the discard pile as soon as a movement card is played. However, that movement card is also removed and does not serve to forward, flank, change relative. Okay. So, at relative range 1, they could muster 5 firepower against this group. I think it actually adds. Yeah, if they're on the wire, it adds 1 to the fire strength of the group attacking it. So do I want to remove them from the wire? I've got Brush and Gully in this hand. I'm not sure what cards I have over here in the thing. Seems like you'd want to repair, right? I could move these guys forward. They would still have 3 firepower at a range of 2. And I have Brush and Gully. Brush and Gully. I have this one is 3 is fire 2. Okay, this group, let's try to repair the malfunction weapon. Okay, I need to draw an RNC. I'm going to put that over here. And we're going to flip it. It's a red 5. Of course it is. Why would it be anything other than a red 5? The gun is removed from the game. So now my bar, my highest firepower weapon over here is out of the game. Gosh, man. Malfunction. Malfunction. The RNC drawn does not match any of the numbers listed. There's no effect on relation. The weapon may continue to be carried and removed by another malfunction. Repair time. It doesn't say. Oh, great. An unarmed man or a man with a malfunction weapon has his morale and panic values reduced by 1 as long as the condition persists. That was my best weapon on my side of the board. That was the best weapon on my side of the board. RNC drawn to resolve malfunction. Only one weapon. That weapon malfunctions automatically in no RMPC Japanese group. By only PC drawn. Oh, what am I doing here? Stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I drew the card. I was debating whether I should pull a movement card on top of the wire to get out of the wire, because then I could remove the wire. We would be back in open ground. Or if I should try to repair the malfunctioned bar, which is my highest firepower weapon in the game, except for these two machine pistols. So I decided to try to repair the bar, which you can do on wire apparently. And you can repair it on a random number check of 0 to 6 black, or if it's a red 5 or a red 6, you remove it. It's eliminated. What did I draw? A red 5. Of course. So I had a 10 out of 12 chance of repairing. I had a 6 out of 12 chance, 50% chance of repairing it on a 0 to 6, roughly. And then I had another 30% chance of nothing bad happening. Just it would still stay malfunction. And I had like a 15 to 20% chance of it being eliminated. Well, the guy's over there trying to he pulls it and the bullet goes off in the chamber. He's not injured, but the chamber's ruined basically. So the way the random number thing works, it's the number in the upper right hand corner here. You have a number on every card it's either black or white. You have a number from 0 to 6 black, from 0 to 6 black or white, 0 to 6 black, or 0 to 6 red. And then this is the random number check, and it was a red 5, and so it's removed from the game. Now, how do I mark that over here? Search. I think I might have to do it over here. Okay, so that was for my hour. I went over about 45 minutes for my hour last time because I was trying to figure all this stuff out. General tiles. I didn't know there was a man named General in this game. Unarmed. This guy is unarmed. Okay, so that he's unarmed. So that means his morale is reduced by 1. His morale is reduced by 1. His panic number is reduced by 1. Delete, clone, copy. With my luck, probably going to need this again. Usually these bags contain like unlimited amount of tiles. So Fox is unarmed. The bar's done. Brother, man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Flip. Let's just go. Let's just move. I put a movement card down. We're gonna go forward. I got to try to attract some of the no. I've got to try to attract some of the attention of these guys because he's got no weapon, so that drastically reduces my firepower in this group. And now should I have moved here or should I have played a fire card? I think I'm going to move here. I'm not going to move here. Should have thought that out a little bit better. I want to put a fire card down because I need to generate some fire on these guys. Okay, so at relative range 1, I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got, this requires 3 firepower. It's going to generate a fire of 2. So this is 2 against this group. So A, B, and C. Against this group, so we have fire 2. The brush makes it fire 1. The movement card that they're on makes it fire 2. That they're in wire makes it fire 3. So now we have to check again for a concealment card. And they do have a concealment card. But I think the concealment card is only... they can use this one, concealed 1. This one is... some cards are split like this. So this one is a concealment, but it's only for Russian, Japanese, and I'm not sure if these are French or whose these are right here. But they cannot... Germans can use this as a radio card. They could also use it as a rally card, but they can't use it as concealment card. Group. But, oh, come on. But they can use this concealment card. It says right up here. So, they had fire 2, fire 1, fire 2, fire 3. That's going to make it a fire. -1 is going to make it a fire 2 again. So we're going to draw 4 random number checks. Oh no, we're drawing 3. I'm sorry. Drawing 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, first one is a on these random number checks. Black, you add it to the fire strength. Red, you deduct it from the fire strength. So 2. No, was it 1, right? 2, 1, 2, 3, -1 is a 2. So 2 minus 3 is -1, so that one has no effect. Now we're going to be checking this card here. Same, no effect. And what was it? 2. 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. He is morale of 3. He's fine. Let's see. And this group moves up. I'm just moving them. I don't care. It's moving up. Hopefully I'll get one of these cards at the end of my next turn. I'll get one of these cards. I'll get one of the terrain cards to put on top of here. But I kind of want to make something happen. It just seems like we're going to draw our 2 cards to bring us up to what? 6? Yep. And we draw from our sideboard. Nope. All the cards from the sideboard come in here. We shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. We draw 3 out. We don't know then what 6 cards are left in here. I might not have any terrain cards to put on top of that group, and they just might be out in the open. I don't know. But I just kind of want to make something happen. Because it's kind of, I mean, I think as you play the game and you learn the rules and stuff, you don't have to keep looking up wire and brush and what did this card mean? What does that card do? What's this? How do you play these cards? Once you learn that, I think the game goes pretty smoothly along. But until then, it's kind of dry. It's just kind of dry. It's kind of like, it seems to me like Fields of Fire it just has more action in it, like right from the beginning. Has more action in it right from the beginning. No, I should have kept that movement card to play on that wire card, hopefully next turn to get them off that wire, but I didn't. So you know what? Oh well. So I didn't do this part yet. I got to put these cards in here, sideboard it, pull 3 out. So now we're going to spread apart our hand, see what we got. We got a rally. We got a fire. Got woods, concealment. Well, I can't play. Oh, this card's got to go away also. I need a movement card to play on top of the wire card. So one wire card, one movement card on top of this wire card will remove all these cards and they'll be moving. But right now I can't do anything. I can discard. This fire 4, it's going to be a while before I can generate 11 firepower factors. So this card we're going to discard. And then we're going to draw 2. Draw 2. To bring us back up to 5. And do our sideboard thing. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Okay. Now the Americans again. What can the Americans do? They got a gully. Got a fire 4 card. Got another movement card. Oh, good. Movement is going on top of the wire card. I should remember 13-3. Okay, to remove a wire card. A wire card can be removed and placed in the discard pile as soon as a movement card is played. However, that movement card is also removed and it does not serve to forward, flank, change relative range, or group identity, or add to any. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine with me. Let's take both these cards, flip them over, drag them over here. And that's the sole action for that group. It doesn't change the relative range, nothing. It just gets rid of the wire. So basically, it slows down your opponent, which could be a mortar barrage type of thing, you know. So group B, can we generate any firepower at relative range 1? We can generate 3, I think. 1, 2, 3. But I don't have a 3. I have a 4. But we could move. I can use these guys. Or I could put them in the gully. The only problem with the gully, you can't see out of it. You can only fire from a hill, a mortar, or relative range of 5 if you're in a gully. So gully, you usually put that on your opponent at some point. So these guys are going to stay in the open. They're moving. So that means their firepower is halved, I believe. Distance. Once your card is player accepted on a group, it removes all cards beneath it. Groups. Okay, retrograde, relative range, lateral distance, blocking fire attacks. The attacking firing group is currently moving as a played movement card with no terrain card yet placed over. The fire strength of its fire card is halved. Okay. So I could play this, but this would become a 1. So because they're moving 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? About all I got. About all I got. Let's move you just for the sake of okay, they're relative range 2. 2 is still 1, 1, 1, 1. So they're at 4. So their firepower isn't halved. The fire attack is halved. So I would think that'd be 1.5 rounded down, I would think. Is halved. 12-1. Let's look at 12-1. Fire strength of any fire card played by a currently moving group is halved prior to any other modifications. Fractions rounded down. Fire cards used solely in conjunction with ordnance or a flamethrower, having the firepower of a moving man with the bolt energy stream down. Have the firepower of a moving man with a bolt action rifle, each with a moving man with bolt action rifle. All these guys, no, they have semi-automatic rifles. Okay, so that doesn't apply. Okay. So this fractions rounded down. So this is going to become a 1 attack. Did I move this turn? No, I moved these guys. I didn't move them, right? Having to look up all these rules, you're like, what's going on? What shroom? What? Yeah, sideboarding is a really interesting way to make a solitaire mode work. I've never heard of it before. Yeah, there's actually if you go on to YouTube and look up upfront sideboarding or sideboard method, sideboard solitaire method. Um, yeah, the guy describes it. It's also on Board Game Geek. The guy who implemented it, I guess initially, describes it in text. The YouTube video, the guy explains it using a upfront setup like this. Um, I'm trying to think. What did I do? I probably did something wrong over here? Did I play the movement card this turn? I must have, because I started out with 6 cards. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I can't use the fire card. I could have used it if I didn't move. Yeah, I played this, and these I started out with 6 cards, so okay. So moving. Um, and I guess that's it. I'm gonna flip them. Now, how do you play a sniper? I haven't done the sniper yet. Snipers. Unless the scenario-specific rule designates sniper cards as being playable only by a particular side in that scenario, any player with a sniper card may play it, provided it does so as a discard. I can't discard because I played cards. So if the Americans can discard up to 2 cards if they take no other actions with their groups. But I took actions, so I can't discard it. Thus, an American or Russian player may take no other action during a turn in which they make a sniper attack. So we'll come back to that if we need it. Don't need it right now. Group, flip. Let's see. We're going to do our back up to... Oh, I'm taken from the wrong deck. I think I might move these guys over here. Get them away. I'm pulling from the wrong deck. Okay, 6. I'm going to grab our 3 over here. We're going to shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I'm going to pull back our sideboard over here. And then it's going to be the Germans' turn. So really the Germans aren't in too bad of a shape except for this group right here. I tell you, getting... Now the difference between this and Fields of Fire, which I just bought recently, is that in Fields of Fire, you order your troops to do things. You give orders. So you can, if you have the orders, you can order your groups. You can order a single squad to move forward, or you can order the whole platoon to move forward together. You don't have to wait for a movement card. As soon as you come into the line of sight of an enemy, you start firing. So you don't have to wait for a fire card. This game reminds me, I think, a little bit of Combat Commander, which I've never played, but I've read is based on card draws, and that sometimes you just don't get the cards that you need. You can't. You're kind of. It's almost like your soldiers are like gripped with fear. They don't do anything. And it's just because you're not getting any card draws. Like, I need a movement card for the Germans to get that wire, to get rid of this wire. Once the wire comes off, all these cards go away, and the Germans are in open ground at relative range 1. But until then, they can't do anything. This group is just stuck on this wire. They can't move. They can't retreat move. They're just kind of waiting here, getting shot at -1, because you got -1 for the brush. I mean, with a positive, which is a negative, a positive combat modifier, because you got -1, +1 for movement, +1 for wire. And so one's getting added to the fire strength every time they get fired at. So, I mean, okay, well, let's see what the Germans are going to do now. Do we have any movement? Got a wall, got smoke. I guess they could throw smoke on themselves, right? Got 2 woods cards. Wow. I guess this woods, can they use smoke? They could. They could use the smoke. So I think that would affect their fire out of the hex, but it also affect fire coming into the hex, which I think is what they need right now. I don't have any fire cards I can use. So I think we're going to throw smoke. Smoke is another smoke is an artificial terrain card, smoke and wire. Player may play a smoke card only on one of his groups containing an unpinned squad leader, assistant squad leader, or AFE as his sole action for that group during that player turn. Smoke cannot be placed in marsh terrain and cannot be placed during a player turn in which a breeze, random number card, or random position card has been drawn. Now, see, Germans go first, so this is the Germans' turn. So if the Americans drew a random breeze card last time, then that wouldn't apply to this turn. So it's a -1 modification fire strength of the group, which is attacking it. And when it attacks, it receives a modification to the fire strength of any attack it makes. Okay. So it can't be put on marsh. So we're on brush. Let's play it. Let's play it on, let's get some, because we're relative range 2 here, 2 here. These guys are going to start firing on me. I need to get rid of that wire and try to find some other terrain. I got no movement cards. I need movement cards because terrain cards have to be put down on movement cards. I don't have any movement cards. This is a rally card, but I can't use it as a concealment card. I can only use it as a radio card or a rally card. That's all I can do. Can't do anything. All right, well, let's draw a card. Let's do this again. It just seems like the games are like really slow going. Just because you're waiting for mainly, I mean, if you talk about maneuver, if this is a game of maneuver, you need movement cards to maneuver. I may have drawn, like, I don't know. I mean, that one movement card I played over here to get rid of the wire. I need a movement card to play here. I've pulled less than probably, I've probably pulled less than, what, 8 movement cards all game? If that many. Okay, spread. Got a hill card here. I got 2. Okay, so I got, oh, I got the gully also. So you're at relative range 2. You're at relative range 2. You've got my assistant squad leader. Oh yeah, I needed to find out smoke, right? Yeah, I can play smoke because I have an unpinned assistant squad leader. Right there, ASL. Not to be confused with advanced squad leader. So I want to keep my assistant squad leader healthy, so I'm going to put him into brush. And you're going to have to stay out in the open. But we do have a 4 firepower card at relative range 2. We can do we can muster 4 firepower here. So we're going to play you, and then we're going to group these cards up together again. So we played brush down here. Oh no, this goes over here. This goes on top of the movement card, which means the movement card goes away. The movement card is still here because it was played on top of the brush card. So basically, this movement card, they were moving, they found the brush cover, and they're now in the brush, stopped. These guys were in the brush from the beginning of the game. They got a movement card to move out of the brush, but they're still moving. They got stuck on wire. Now they got smoke on them. So they're still moving though. So this is a fire 3 with a firepower of 4, which we can muster down here. Fire 3, -1 for the brush. That makes it a 2. So basically these offset each other. There's a -1 for the brush. There's a -1 for the smoke because we're firing into the smoke. There's a +1 for movement, +1 for wire. So this is a fire 3. And we're going to draw 3 cards, 1 for each of those guys. Wire seems really punishing. It is, yeah. Something you always throw on your opponent. But you know, you have to do it. You have to do it in lieu of a discard. So you can't. You can play it as part of your turn. You can play it as part of your turn, but you can't discard. So I'm assuming that you can still do it if you do other actions. Since you do it, you can't play any other actions that turn because if you're a German, you can do it as part of your turn because you can always discard. But if you're American, you can't do any other action that turn because you have to do it as part of your discard. Sole action for that group during that player turn. So I think that's what I did last time with this. That's the only thing I did on that group. Let's see. So this is going to be a +3 fire strength. First one, we're looking for random number. Well, the Germans are looking for random numbers, red or low black. So we're going to flip this one. This is a 2 plus a 3. This is greater than 4. So this card is going to be pinned. So if the fire strength, the final fire strength of the card, 3 plus 2, you got your 2 up here. If that is greater than the personality card's morale level, then that card is pinned. So we're going to flip this one. 3 and 5, or 3 and 3 is 6. So they are pinned. Got a fire 3, random number 3, that's 6. So black random numbers are added. Red numbers are subtracted. Red numbers are essentially negative numbers. So 3 plus 3 here. 3 plus 0. If this was like a red 3, it would be 3 minus 3, be 0. But yeah. So this card, I'm trying to remember now. I don't think. Yeah. So this card gets removed from the game because this is a building card and the special scenario rule over here. We have 3 so far. The special scenario rule is that you remove the first 5 building cards to be discarded unused or as an RPC RNC draw. So we just drew that as a random number check draw, and so that gets removed. And then any other building cards can be used as terrain cards. Okay, so these guys are going to get flipped, grouped, and put in the discard pile. So we got 2 pins out of that. These guys are just a mess. But I can't really take advantage of it. Let's see. I think that it's can you hang on, Shroom? I'll be right back. I got a bio. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. All right, I'm back. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching me itch my head, itch my scalp. Let's go back in. Hopefully I'm remembering to do that so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's see. Where were we? Where was I? I think I'm on. Oh, see, I didn't know this was there. I didn't know that was even there. I think it's the Germans' turn, right? Yeah, I think it's the Germans' turn because we just played and I folded my cards over, which means I'm done like doing anything with my cards. So this gets discarded. Those got discarded. Oh, I guess I should be looking for what? I think smoke clears um, when an R cannot be placed. An effective breeze card instantly removes all smoke cards currently in play. A breeze card is effective only if drawn during an RNC RPC check. So I guess we could do this. I drew, how many cards did I draw? 3? That was the fire card. That was 3. There's no breeze on that one. No breeze on that one. No breeze on that one. So I think that was it then. Okay. A breeze card is denoted by the word breeze on the left side of the rally card. Of a rally card, any attack being resolved when a breeze card is drawn is affected by that smoke, but all subsequent attacks are not, including any using the same fire cards in the current attack. Any attack being resolved when a breeze card is drawn, if affected by that smoke, what? Any attack being resolved when a breeze card is drawn is affected by that smoke, not if. That's I'm trying to understand that sentence. Like that doesn't make any sense. Is affected by that smoke, but all subsequent attacks are not, including any using the same fire cards in the current attack. Okay, let's go. What do we got here? We got a lot of terrain that we can't use because we got no movement cards. We are going to discard a woods card because we can't use it anyways. Gosh, man. Flip group. Let's pull you up here. Let's draw one here. We're gonna shuffle. Germans are stuck, man. Okay, what are the Americans gonna do? Americans got movement card, hero card. Could play a sniper card. What does sniper card do? Sniper. No snipers. Oop, Playing a sniper card allows the player to attack one opposing card in a group of his choice, regardless of the terrain occupied by that group. If the target group is a multi-personnel card group, the card to be attacked in that group is determined by RPC draw. A sniper may attack an AFV only if it is crew exposed. That's what CE stands for. Crew exposed. Resolution. A sniper attack is resolved by drawing a random number check and comparing the number to the KIA and pin values printed on the sniper card. There is no significance to the color of the RNC drawn, nor are there any modifications. A KIA result removes the defender's personality card from the game. Okay, I didn't draw any cover here, so I can't really do anything with that. I did draw a fire card. So I think it's interesting that some of these cards here, they can be played, they're not played by a group. It seems like they're not played on a group. So it's not a group action. Now, you'd think that a sniper card would be like a group action. Like one of these guys, really good shot, they could take their weapon and try to target like this group over here instead of me just saying, yeah, I'm going to target somebody in this group. Okay, 4 to 6 is a KIA, 2 to 3 is a pin. Play as a discard only, ignore color of RNC, RPC determines target in multi-card group, sniper check, action. A random number check is greater than a sniper random number check. I don't get that. Okay, results removes. The pin result flips this card to the pin side. If the defender is already pinned, the personality panics and must check for route. Any other result is a miss and has no effect. The sniper card is placed in the discard pile after resolution. The defending player, as the first and sole action of the group fired on by the sniper, in the immediately following player turn, may attempt to locate and remove the sniper with a sniper check, provided it has an armed, not secondary weapons, unpinned man in that group. Defending player on the first and sole action of the group fired on by the sniper in the immediately following player turn. If the sniper check is successful, all sniper cards henceforth held by the opponent are treated as cower cards. That's interesting. So you have to remember that. That's another thing. One of the players has to remember the next time their opponent tries to use a sniper card, they have to go, oh no, wait a second, that's a cower card. Because you can't rely on the player who had the sniper check done against them. You can't rely on them to remember, oh yeah, I can't play this, it's a cower card. And unfortunately, from my experience with board gaming, there would be people, if you're playing across the board from somebody, or even like on Vassal, or even here you're playing with somebody, who would try to, they would try to play that card to see if you forget. And then once the card was resolved and you remembered, oh, wait a second, that's a cower card. You can't play that. They'd say, no, it's already been played. You can't go back. I've played against players like that, not in this game in particular, but in other games. And they try to take advantage of that rule that once you've done it, you can't go back. Once the turn has been resolved or the action's been resolved, you can't go back and undo it. I'm like, that's when I take the board and I go. That's when I take the board and I go, flip, up in the air. I can undo this, flip. So not only did that turn never happen, the whole game never happened. What do you think of me now? Yeah, it's sad. We I played in a, I don't know if you're familiar with the 18XX games, they're railroad games. I had a regular group that I met with every Saturday morning. A lot of fun. We played XX games. We played some other train games. We played other games besides that. There was one player in our group that everybody knew he was a cheater. And he would do things, and almost every other turn, I don't want to say almost every other turn, but there would be times when me or someone else in the group would point out to him, you can't do that. He would constantly try to do things. He would try to take money out of the bank. He would make the wrong change for himself until finally we got to the point where he said, you can't handle the bank. I mean, everybody knew he was cheating and he kept doing it. It's sad because he was a good player. He was a good player, but I guess he needed to win and he felt like he had to cheat to try to win. It was sad because we're all having a good time together. We're playing, we're having a good time together, and this one guy just wouldn't stop cheating. Yeah, 18XX games are really fun. They're really fun, but they're long. So you're talking about you're talking about a 3 to 5 or 6 hour game. They can go that long. Okay, so just for the fun of it, just for something, to kind of shake things up, let's play the sniper card. Now, I probably should play it up here because I've already got two pinned up here, and I could actually, if they get pinned again, it says, so this is in lieu of a discard. And in order for me to discard, I can't take any actions on any of my groups in order to discard. So that means I can't take any actions. I have to just play this sniper card. Okay, K result, game, pin result. So if um if the defender's already pinned, the personality panics. The personality card panics and must check for route. So let's play it on this group here. Because I've already got two pin cards in here. So the chances of me getting a result are probably better in this group right here. Now it'd be nice to be able to get rid of this, these higher level, but if I can get rid of one of these cards, like this guy is actually the guy that's got the machine gun, so I might be able to get him to drop the machine gun, and then the Germans might have to they might have to spend a turn. Okay, so we're going to draw a random card. Let's go back over here real quick and check this again. Drawing a random number card and comparing the number to the KIA and pin values on the sniper card. There's no significance to the color of the RNC drawn, nor are there any modifications. So let's draw a card. Let's see what the card is. We'll play it down right next to this one. I'm going to flip it over. It's a 1. Of course it's a 1. So nothing happens. Oh, come on, game. Over here on this side of the board, and I am an American, on this side of the board, I drew a 6, and out of I drew a red 6 on a fire attack, and on these 4 cards, I had to draw a random card to see which weapon malfunctioned. And of course, I drew the bar, which had the highest firepower of all these personality cards, had the highest firepower. So the weapon was malfunctioned. Next turn, I tried to repair the weapon. So the repair, you repair it on a black 0 to 6. Any red besides 5 or 6, nothing happens. But on a red 5 or a red 6, the weapon is destroyed. Permanent malfunction. And I drew a 5. So turn 1, the weapon malfunctions. The next turn, I draw a 5 and the weapon breaks. Total breakdown. And now this guy's walking around unarmed, and his morale and his panic are 1 lower because he's unarmed. He's basically useless to me. I should actually try to get him routed out of that team. But over here, I play a sniper card. I draw a number. On a 4 to 6, I get a KIA. On a pin of 2 to 3, I can pin one of these guys and get them to try to rout out of combat. Maybe this guy, and he leaves his machine gun behind, or he runs away with his machine gun. But what do I draw? I draw a 1. Come on, game. Oh, man. Oh, well. That's the randomness of now. And not only that, I'll tell you what's going to happen next turn. What's going to happen next turn is I'm going to do a sniper check as the Germans. As the first and only action of the group fired on by the sniper, I'm going to attempt to locate and remove the sniper with a sniper check. And guess what? What do you think the chances are of that sniper check being effective? So now every sniper card that I draw is going to be a cower card. It's just going to become useless to me. I'll have to discard it to get rid of it out of my hand. So that's the Americans. That was my only action. 5 cards in here? Okay. 6. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Yeah, I mean, it's not going the Americans' way. I mean, I have to say, the Americans have done some damage up here. I got 2 pin guys. It's not terrible, but just this happening, what happened with this, and I'm probably going to, like I said, that sniper check is going to be effective. And the sniper, so now, as the only action for that group, immediately following the player turn in which I played the sniper card, as a sole action for that group, we're going to do a sniper check. Provided it has an armed... Oh, wait a second. He's armed. It has an armed, not secondary weapon. It's not a secondary. He's got his rifle. But he's crewing. It doesn't say crewed. If a 2-man group consisting of a crewed weapon with principal operator's pin, can the assistant crewman perform a sniper check? Yes. Okay. So that's exactly, these things really hit the mark. That's exactly the question that I have. I have a 2-man group that are crewing a weapon, a machine gun, and the principal operator is pinned. Can the assistant crewman perform a sniper check? Yes, he can. Okay, that's answered. A sniper check is attempted by drawing an RNC and is successful only if the RNC is black and it's greater than the RNC drawn by the sniper when resolving his attack. Well, we know what that was. That was a 1. So what do you think the chances are? It has to be a black RNC greater than 1. Okay, let's draw it. Let's go up here. Let's flip it over. It's got to be black. It wasn't successful. In the RNC ignoring color, but it's successful if it's black and it's greater than the number drawn by the sniper. It's not greater than. So that was an unsuccessful sniper check. Yay! So we're back to German. So that was their action. Rally 1. Oh, can't rally them. That was their action. All right. So I got a movement card. Woohoo! I got to remember to use concealment cards. I don't know if I used a concealment card on this last attack. Like I said, I know I'm going to make mistakes. Yeah, American's luck is turning around. I'll tell you what, dice, it just depends. I mean, when you play dice games, you think, if you're having a bad run of luck with a dice game, you think that the dice are always against you. But I've played games of Risk before. I don't know if you're familiar with that board game, Risk. I've played games with Risk before, and I've won. And you're rolling. The whole game is basically a dice game. But then there's been other games like Advanced Squad Leader. Sometimes I've had a bad run of dice in Advanced Squad Leader. Other games, and every game is a random, has RNG, random number generation, or random, just RG, random generation of what happens. Like a card game. It's not just drawing the cards, for the random numbers. It's also drawing the cards for the placement. So these right down here are the RPC numbers, random placement. So that, like, I had to draw one of those when a gun malfunctioned in this group, and the random placement number under the 4 was a 3, and so it was the bar. So I mean, it's not just that; it's also drawing the actual cards, for terrain. So I can use this over here. I can't use it over there. I can't use it over there because I already did the... Oh, man. But I don't know if... I don't want to use this card. I don't want to play it over here because I need to get these guys off the wire. The only way to get off the wire is to play a movement card. So I'm hoping when I draw my... when I have my 5-card hand next turn, I'm hoping that I have this movement card in my hand. Swing and a miss, yeah. We used to, when I was a kid, we used to play this dice game, baseball game. It was really fun. I don't know who thought of it, if one of my classmates thought of it, or maybe one of their dad or their mom had played the game, when they were kids, and then they passed it on to their kid. But anyways, we played this game where we picked our team of Major League Baseball players, and we rolled dice. And the deal was, if, let's see, what time is it? 2:00. I got about 45 minutes. I'm going to have to leave, pick up my daughter after school. But, the deal was you rolled dice, and a certain result, 2 dice, certain die roll was a hit, single, double, triple, home run. You could strike out. You could get a walk, those kinds of things. And it was a lot of fun. And we played that game a lot. And we would trade players, I think, between our teams. There was a group of like 4 or 5 of us that played. And we'd trade players between, I'll give you this guy for these 2 guys or whatever. I don't know if there was any dice roll modifiers on the players. Like, Mickey Mantle had a +2 to every die roll or something like that. But it was a lot of fun. And that was a dice game. They're all dice. Every game is a dice game to some extent. I mean, even chess. Chess has an advantage. You go first, you have an advantage. So we're not going to play this over here because we want to use it. We have to use it for here. And so we're going to discard. I want to keep the terrain because they're going to need terrain once. We're going to need another movement card. So basically, I have to play this movement card over here next turn, hopefully, to get rid of that wire. I put this card down. The movement card and all of these cards go into the discard pile, and then they're in open ground. And then I have to play another movement card to get them into another terrain, because terrain can only be put on top of a movement card. Like over here, I put this movement card on the brush. Well, I don't need, I'm just going to get rid of the rally, get rid of this rally card here. Flip them, group them, add the sideboard cards, put one more in there. Total of 8. Flip them around. Wait till next turn. Spread them out. That one definitely needs to be a discard. Gully, looks like that's the only terrain card that I have is a gully. Got a fire card here. Fire card 1. Okay, they're at a range of 2. 2 can generate 3. Here can generate 4. So I could fire that card. Do I have any? This, there was no breeze. That was a discard. There was no breeze on that card. So I don't think, I got to remember to watch out for the breeze to show up to see if that smoke goes away. So I'd love to get rid of this card because I can't use it for probably quite a while yet. Maybe get rid of the gully card. I think I'm going to save this gully card for these guys. Maybe. Say we are going to do fire 1. It's just going to be a fire 1 because these guys are still moving. So actually fire 1, it's halved, right? Movement. I think it's halved. How did I look that up before? Movement. Commissar, don't need to know about commissars. No, we already did that. Wish I could remember this stuff. I just keep looking it up every single time. Fire strength. Determine the fire strength. Moving is played. A moving card. No change. Halved. Once it has been determined that the fire cards can be used, determine the final fire strength of the attack. If the attacking firing group is currently moving, the fire strength of this fire card is halved. And so again, I can't even use this because it's halved, rounded down. So I guess let's do that. I guess I'm just going to discard. I can't do anything. This is a cower card for Americans. You can see down here. The Russians, Japanese, and this, not sure which this one is here. They can use this as a concealment card. The Germans, Americans, I don't know if that's a French, British, whatever. This is a cower card for them. So we're going to get rid of that card. We're going to get rid of this big 17 firepower card because we can't use it. We'll keep the so if I do relative range of 3, but I'd be moving out of the brush still. Relative range of 3 would be 1, 4. Wow, it'd be 7. It'd be a +1 for movement, but my firepower would be halved. Yeah, let's just do this. Could move these guys forward. No, because I just discarded 2. I can't do anything except draw 2 more. Remember that. Got to make sure I do all my actions before I do anything else, before I discard. All right. So now the Germans. Do we have that movement card still in our deck? We do. Play it over here. Got to get rid of all these cards because wire, I think it's 13.3 is wire. Yeah. Removal. A wire card is removed and placed in the discard pile as soon as a movement card is played. However, that movement card is also removed and does not serve to forward, flank, change relative range or group identity or add to any attacker's fire strike against that group. So I think, though, okay, so I think the wire is removed only. Let's say this is removed. This is removed. I think this would stay. Smoke would stay until a does the playing of a movement card to remove wire cause weapon counters to be lost? Does the play of artificial terrain remove weapon counters? Yes. No. So you can play artificial terrain like wire or smoke. It does not remove the weapon counters that it might be on the ground. But when you play the movement card, it does remove them. It's called a temporary movement card that removes the wire. Oh, can't do it. A group on wire may not play a movement card to remove the wire as long as that group contains a pinned man. So, you're coming back up here. You're coming back over here. And your woes continue. Rally one. We can rally one in here. Playable by all. So we're going to rally one. We're going to rally the corporal. Hopefully get a rally card next turn. Or we could start moving up one of our other groups and just leave these guys on the wire. I'm going to start moving up one of our other groups because we got two. We got Woods, Wall. Who knows what else we have in here? We're going to start moving these guys up. Start moving our main group up. We got a concealment card there. We can discard one of these, but we don't want to because they're good terrain cards. So we're going to discard this card. We're going to flip this, group them, draw two cards. I got to change the relative range on this one to 1. Okay, we're going to pull this, pull this, pull this. Got 5 left in there. Yeah, I know. Group B is in trouble. I got to rally this guy, and then I can play the movement card down if it shows up in my deck from my sideboard. So I think that's it. Yeah, they moved up. They changed their relative thing. Okay, let's spread these out. What do we got? I still got the fire card. Got a fire 4 card over here. That's only the fire 1. So these guys could fire at relative range. What is it now? 1, 2. It's 2 over here. Relative range 2 is still only 3. But this is a fire 2. It's a fire 2. I could use this to double the firepower of one of my cards. If I want to get rid of the building card, so I can start using the buildings, I've got to discard it with one of these cards. I think I'm going to discard this one, maybe this one and this one, because that'll be my action for this turn. Because I have a fire, I only need 1 firepower to get a fire strength 2. This one I need 4 firepower to get a fire strength of 1. So I'm going to do this. That's going to remove 4 of the 5 buildings that need to be removed. Flip. We're going to draw 2 more. Bring us up to 6. Put these back in here. Spin them around. Time is it? 2:17. So I got about 20, 25 minutes left. Well, Shroom, if I'm not being too forward, I'd appreciate a follow. You could toss me a follow if you're enjoying the channel. enjoying my suboptimal gameplay, I'd appreciate a follow. All right, we're going to go to the Germans. We need a rally card to rally this guy. Then I need terrain card to put down on this guy. Let's see what we get. We get a movement card. I got terrain. Okay. Let's put a woods down here. Now that removes the movement card. So they're in the woods now at relative range 1. They've got some protection. I can rally, right? I can rally. Okay, so we're going to rally this one guy. Then again, hopefully, next turn, hopefully next turn I can, I don't see a breeze yet. Hopefully next turn I can get this movement card back and we can get him off that wire. Okay, for relative range, what? 1 here. So we got 1, 2, 3. So I can't use that. So let's group these, flip them, group them. We're going to pull this and bring this up to 5. So, I mean, this is the first time I've played up front in a long time, probably 20, 25 years since I played this. Oh, no. I did play it a few years ago on Vassal. I wonder if I can just do click to end turn. Okay, I don't know if that has any effect on anything, probably because it's a hot seat game. I think hot seat game, though, would just flip back and forth between Americans and Germans if you click that. And the Germans' turn, it would say American. Click it. If it's the American's turn, you click the end of your turn, it becomes a German turn. I don't know. It's not, but it's not doing anything. Okay, these are relative range 2. These are relative range 2. These are at 1. These are at 1. Spread the... Oh, there's another sniper card. Can double the move, can double the attack. Could put these guys on wire. Wow. That would be my only action, though. So range 2, it'd be, I could double one of these, but I don't have any attack cards. Well, I don't have any pinned guys. So what's best? Discarding the gully, maybe? I wonder if I could put the gully on. I don't think I can throw anything. I can't throw this on top of a wire card. I can't place a terrain card on top of a wire card, I don't believe. I could throw this on there. Let's try the sniper again. Let's see if I can draw a bad card again. This is even worse. I've got to draw a 3 through a 6 to get a result. Let's see what happens. Just for the fun of it. Just to have something in the game happen. 5. I got a pin. So now I have to randomly check which card is being pinned. So there's 4. So now I do this, flip it, and in the 4 position, it's the second card, which is good because this guy he's got a morale of 5. He's got a high morale. So he is pinned, Bernhoff. So out of 4 cards is the second personality that's pinned. Now I want to make sure I'm doing that right. So let's come over to the snipage. Okay, results. Pin result flips his card to the pin side. Okay. So I wonder if you're supposed to do this first. The card to be attacked in that group is determined by an RPC draw. Then, and this is 14.2. 14.2. Then you have the resolution down here. So do you determine the card that's going to be affected first and then you resolve it? Or do you resolve it first and then determine the card, or does it matter? I don't know if it matters. I could probably go into someplace like Google. Does the resolution of a sniper card, does the order of the resolution of a sniper card matter? Okay, somebody asked the question. Okay, when is the RPC draw done to determine the personality card in a multi-man group to be attacked by a sniper? Before or after the resolution? Before the resolution of the attack. So I think I did it the other way around. I did it this way, right? So it should have been done this way. I'll be right back. I'm back. Welcome back, Biff. I'm back. Hopefully I had this screen up so everybody can see what's going on. And if you see, thanks for following, Shroom. If you see me, Shroom, and I make a mistake, because sometimes I'll have my, I have my full screen camera on and I forget to switch back to the game camera and stuff like that, just yell at me in chat. So I resolved this wrong according to this thing that I found on upfront game system questions. When is the RPC draw done to determine the personality card in the multi-man group to be attacked by a sniper, before or after the resolution of the attack? You draw the RPC, the random personality check, before you draw for the resolution. I didn't do it that way. I drew so first what you do is you draw for the resolution, or for the RNC check, which again was a 2, but the result was a 5. The result of it is a 5, no effect. It's got to be black, right? Isn't that what we found out? There's no significance to the color. Oh, okay. There's no significance to the color of the RNC drawn, nor are there any modifications. So the color doesn't matter. I thought it would. So it's the same result. This was the card. So it's the second personality card in this group. And the result is a 5, which is a pin. So this card's pinned. Okay. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to leave this card up here to remind me that this later in this turn, if they want to, they can do a sniper check. Now, wait a second. Wait. Okay, flank. Nope, there's no breeze. There's no breeze card. So the smoke is still there. So it's still the American's turn. What else do the American? Oh, no, it's not the American's turn, because that's my only action for this turn in lieu of discard. So basically it's a discard. It's a discard, so you can't perform any other actions in that turn, right? Yeah, it may be played provided he does so as a discard. The American or Russian player can take no other action during a turn in which they make a sniper check. There's another thing like that also. There's another thing like that. I think it's wire. It's the wire. If you put wire down, that's the only thing you can do in your turn, is put down the wire. Okay, let's do this. 3, 6. Group B is still in a mess, but Group A is at relative range 1 in the woods. So they might be able to do some shooting here. Do they want to do a sniper check? They're at relative range 2 here. And at relative range 2, they can do 2. Or do they want to do a sniper check? Let's do a sniper check. How do we do that again? See, I just did this. I don't remember. First and sole actions, sniper check. He's got an unpinned on our man unpinned in that group. Yeah. Sniper check is attempted by drawing an RNC, and if successful, only if that RNC is both black and greater than the RNC drawn by the sniper when resolving his attack. Well, it'd have to be a 5. It'd have to be a 6. It'd have to be a black 6. Because I drew a 5. So I don't think I'm going to do it. Because I'd have to draw a black 6. So let's do actions instead, because I might be able to fire here. Oh, look at here. I'm going to fire. Oh, look at there. I got a movement card. I can put a movement card down on here because I don't have any, what? I don't have any pinned men in that group. So I get rid of the wire. I think the smoke stays on there. Now it might be though. I think this just gets rid of, I think the movement card just gets rid of the wire. That's all that happens. 13.5. 13.3. There it is, wire. You can see I've been on this rule quite a bit. Does not serve to forward, flank, change relative range or group identity, or add to any space. So basically, it doesn't change any situation. It appears. Yeah, terrain cannot be put on top of a wire card. The wire card must first be removed by play by a temporary movement card. So as I take turn. Okay. 2:35. Let's see. I have to leave in about 10 minutes to pick up my daughter after school. As it takes 2 movement cards to move out of marsh. Neither wire nor smoke can be played over marsh terrain until the group has first played 2 movement cards on the marsh. Or you can't play it on marsh or smoke. Okay, open ground may be placed beneath a wire or smoke card and above a movement card by the moving player so as to eliminate this group's moving status. Yet leave the wire or smoke in play. See, I didn't do that. So I think all the movement card does can't play a wire on stream or marsh. The group on wire should probably play open ground beneath the wire card if it doesn't have a movement card to cancel the wire card. Oh, see, I need to do that. I need to remember to do that then. Okay, so all it does is remove the wire card. Yeah, that's all it does is remove the wire card. It doesn't change relative range. These guys are still moving in the brush. So now they've got a -1, -2, +1. They've actually got a -1 to fire action cards. They do have terrain. So they could move from this up onto a hill or behind a wall. Let's go to a wall. Group. Okay, those cards are gone. Things are looking up for Group B. I thought I had grouped all those. Okay, so actually there's still smoke there. You think they moved out of the area where the smoke was, right? Do you think there'd be smoke there? Because they were on brush. They played a movement card. They got rid of the wire card, the smoke card. They're on a wall now. Is the smoke card still there? I would think that when you move, I'm not going to look it up, but I would think that when you move, yeah, yeah, I think that too. I'm not going to look it up because I think if you move off of that movement card and you actually find cover, basically the smoke was between the brush and the wall. And you put smoke down to cover your advance from the brush to the wall. And then when you're at the wall now, the smoke's gone. That's what I'm gonna. That's how I'm calling it. Now these guys are at group. They're at range 1. You got a firepower 1, 2. I need a 4 for this one. Okay, let's group these back together again. We're gonna throw this up here. 2 more cards. We're gonna grab. I didn't have a rally card in there. I don't think I could have rallied them, but I don't think I did. So we're gonna shuffle. And we're up to 5. So things are not looking too bad now for the Germans. This guy's still unarmed. So now he's gone from a 4 morale, which is why I had him in this group. He's down to a 3 morale. All right, so let's spread these cards. This will probably be my last turn here for now. I don't need any rally cards. I could double the firepower, but I don't need to. I could move these guys forward. Fire 2 from here because they're not moving. And they're at a relative range of 2. But then they're off the... So this would be -2, so it'd be a 1. It'd be like a regular attack. Versus opposing group only. No terrain modifier if encircled. I'm not sure what this -1 is here. Wall. Let's look up wall. Oh wait, gotta go back up here. Walls. Any defending group wall card may subtract 2 from the fire strength of the opposing group directly opposite with the same group ID, which is attacking it. Defending group on a wall card may subtract only 1 from the fire strength of a mortar or artillery attack. Okay, that makes sense. Do I want to even try this? It's going to be a fire 1 or a fire 0. I mean, I can use it, but it's going to... I could use it with this group on this group here because we're at relative range 1. And at relative range 1, I can muster 4 firepower. And I only need 1 for this card. But since I'm moving, it would have... Now these guys have what kind of rifle? Semi-automatic, yeah. It would have the firepower down to 1. Yeah, let's play it on this group here. Do they want to move out of the brush? Do they want to move forward? If I move forward, this is going to be relative range 2, 2. Yeah, let's make some things happen. So let's resolve this. Fire 2, we're moving. Fire strength is halved to 1. There's 3 cards. They have no modifiers. So we are going to draw 3 random numbers. Oh, I was upstairs, by the way. My wife got home from work. I don't know if I mentioned that. She got home. So fire 2 becomes a fire 1. So we need, these guys are really low too. Morale of 2, 2, and 1. So we're going to flip. 1 minus 1 is 0. Ooh, 4 minus 1, 4 plus 1 is 5. So he is broken. He is pinned. This one, 1 plus 0 is, or 1 minus 0 is 1. And so there's no, so these guys are pinned. Okay. They did theirs. Let's flip this sideways so I know. They did their action. They did theirs. Are these guys doing anything? That's a nice rally all card. Nope, I don't think so. So we're going to group these guys up. Pull down here 2 cards. Throw these 3 cards on top of it. Nope. And then we're going to shuffle. All right. So how many buildings? I have 4 buildings now. Ooh, fire 6. Concealed. Movement, movement, movement. Hill. I could try to get one of these guys up on a hill. I can't move these guys though because they have a pinned man. I don't think I really want to. I don't want to move out of these woods or this wall. Fire 6 is kind of high. So maybe hold on to the movement for now. Maybe in case another wire gets thrown on me. Discard this because I'm not going to be able to generate that much firepower for a while. Oh, you know what? I didn't play a concealed card, this guy. So I'm going to start penalizing myself. I played a concealed card, this concealed card, against this combat. So that guy is not pinned. What was it? It was a 1, and I drew a 4, right? So 4 would have reduced it to 4 minus 2 for the concealed. I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember. I don't know if it shuffles the cards when I put the card on there. Let's see. No, it doesn't. Trying to remember. I think I drew a 4, so it was a 5. I'll just leave them unpinned. My mistake. That's the penalty for my mistake for not checking the Germans for the concealment card. What other card did I owe? Trying to remember. Oh, I drew those cards for that. Yeah. Well, what other card did I use here? I'm getting confused. Okay. We are done here. We did movement. We did a fire 2. I think, yeah, I got to get going. Okay. Not going to do my regular outro. Oh man, did it again. I didn't go back to my board. Can't see the game. I'm so sorry, Shroom. Nothing of consequence happened other than I did this attack. It was a fire strength 2 attack up here, and I forgot to check to see if the Germans had a concealment card, which they did, which would have reduced the fire attack enough so that none of these guys got pinned. So then I played a movement card here. Did I change the relative range? Yeah, I did. I'm getting confused. But I got to go. Gonna go back over here. Gonna save the game. Got to click on game. Got to click on save and load. Got to go into the upfront folder. Got to go into upfront more training. I forget. I don't even remember whose turn it is. Save it here. So click on this one to save the game. More training. Okay. Come over here. We're going to click on menu. We're going to click on main menu. I want to go to the main menu. Yes. I want to go to quit. Yes. Okay. That's going to do it for me. Yeah, thank you so much for coming into the channel. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do that sometimes. I've got buttons on my Stream Deck here, and I press this button and that button, and then I come back from like opening the door for my wife if she got home from work, and I forget to press this button. I forget to press that button. I'm just besides what's going on in the game, trying to learn the game, So that's going to do it for me, though. I'm not going to do my regular outro because I just got to get going. Usually the regular outro takes about 2 minutes to do. It's got some music and a nice picture. I mean, I can show it to you. Let's see. It looks like this. But then I'm going to come back on and just sign off. But I'll show you what it looks like. It looks like this. It's got some nice music and a nice photo that I took of a sunset long time ago. And that's unretouched photo. I took that with my phone and that I put it on my computer, and that's what it looked like. It was just amazing. But anyways,